supervisor has a
That's a
unique.
lot. Well, you've had.
Good morning. I now call the December 7th, 2021 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:02 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I will now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules of this work session.
This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form and hand it to the school board secretary. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the secretary will call speakers' names in the order received. At the podium, speakers are asked to state their full name and address and to spell their last names. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
We will now begin the work session with the NEOLA policy review. And I don't know who wants to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, superintendent. This is our second work session on these policies. First one was on November the 17th. Well, actually, the first one was back in 2019, March 13th, 2019. There's a third session. I have with me today Annette Martinson, who was not here before. And Annette, would you like to introduce yourself?
I'm Annette Martinson. I'm a lifelong educator. I started out as a teacher, assistant principal, and I retired as an area superintendent in Volusia County. So I know several of you. I met you last week, so I look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So today we are going to, I believe it was agenda to the 2000s and the 5000s and the 9000 chapter. So shall we start with the 2000s? This is about our program of instruction, your program of instruction, and
Yes.
anybody have any reaction to the policies in Chapter 2000? Doesn't have to be negative.
And I will just, as a matter of some brief reminder and guidance from last time that we did this, each of the policies, if any board member has any particular area which they wish to review, you can announce that policy at any time. We'll review both the language of the policy and also NEOLA will be happy to provide us with recommendations as to their policies. I will also indicate that each of the policies that we've looked at have been reviewed by staff and or by NEOLA in order to ensure that we have brought a product which is a workable product, and then the board's responsibility now is to look at them and determine whether each of those policies are in keeping with the board's guidance and in keeping with what the board would like to do. As we proceed with each of these policies, if you have any items for discussion, just interject and we'll make sure that we get each of those addressed.
Yes. So let's kind of, like we did before, it was very informal. Just kind of go ahead and do the round robin. If there's anybody that has any policies, go ahead and put them out there. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Would you elaborate a little bit on the, just for the record, on the time spent, that this is not exactly happening right now in terms of the development over the last, let's just say, year, or you fill in that time amount with superintendent and yourself? Would you
Sure.
elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. And I'll also, NEOLA can chime in here on our time frame, because some of this occurred before my tenure as a school board attorney. Initially, our policies, as we have had them for some period of time, over time, there are policies which become outdated and ones which need legislative compliance. Compliance with administrative code, compliance with FDOE guidance, and compliance with statute. So, about 3 years ago, and the date,
Yeah, it was actually, the first session was September of 18.
is when we first began initial review and reviewing for replacement with the NEOLA policies. Now, NEOLA policies are ones which they've looked at, they have vetted, and to make sure that they are appropriate as to legislative and statutory authority. And each of those policies are ones which we took our old policies to incorporate with the new policies. And any time when there was a difference between the two, we tried to come to some conclusion which would be acceptable to the board, and that's the board's job today, is to look at each of those. So that timeline began back in 2018. Since then, these policies have undergone staff review, and they've been brought back to the board. And now, since we don't want to adopt policies piecemeal, because some policies affect other policies, we are now at the culmination of bringing all of those policies together so that we can review for adoption of an entire policy packet. So this is a process that's been subject to public meetings, and also has been going on for some time now, starting back in 2018.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Campbell?
So on our very first page here, page 219, policy 2105, the fifth word is taking into consideration the new emphasis being given to education. I'm curious if we want to remove the word new, because I feel that the emphasis is given to education and it's not something new, but I'm interested in knowing your thoughts. Page 219, policy 2105.
That's what I needed. 219.
Right, and I should note that each, in the books that you have, each of the pages are bait stamped. So at the bottom of the page, it will have the page number this policy is on. That bait stamping does not occur on the actual computerized version. So, of course, as Ms. Campbell did, cite the actual policy, and they can bring that up for us to review. Also, each of these items are are board-driven. So if you see an item like this, that can be something that requires very little comment. You guys can make a decision quickly, or you can discuss as you see fit.
Page 219, policy 2105. It's the very first policy in the 2000 section.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yes, I flagged that one too. And I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to just take that out completely and to just simply state, taking into consideration that additional obligations are constantly being placed on school students. We believe that education, and then so on and so forth. Our emphasis on education is not new.
Chair Cummings, if I may.
Superintendent.
My question about this is if it's even needed, because it says Marion on it, and as we've gone through, and I asked the question last time, is this something that NEOLA recommends because it has our district name on it?
No, this is a Marion policy.
Okay, so just
We can just strike it altogether.
Clarification.
Because,
We have our vision and our mission statement.
right, apart from having a policy about having a vision.
New emphasis is.
You could put the visions, your vision statement, if you have one here, instead of this.
I think
That'd be
I'd rather see
appropriate.
our vision statement.
Yes.
That was one of the things I asked some of our folk last week about our vision statement being more visible to the district, around everywhere. Everywhere we go, the vision should be in front. So I would say replacing that with the vision statement.
I've always thought that the vision statement and mission should be adopted as rules, anyway.
Yeah, I like that idea. So in place of what this policy says right now, seeing that it is a Marion policy, then if Dr. Gullett and her team can ensure that that actually just has our vision statement in it?
I'll fix it.
Yeah, that's fine.
We concur?
I like that.
We concur with the vision statement going there instead of this statement. Good. Let's move forward.
I made a note on page 222, policy 2111. This policy has footnotes to it, and I don't recall seeing footnotes in just about any other policy.
Well, can I explain?
Please.
The reason for that is that they're really trying to integrate requirements from Florida statutes as well as the IDEA and Title I
Okay.
in one policy, and to just illustrate where these different requirements come from. Some districts, it certainly is not required to have the footnote, but we thought it was a helpful thing to see and for people to know.
So, Mr. Whitmer, will we be seeing additional footnotes and NEOLA policy updates, just for consistency's sake?
No, there's usually not footnotes. It's an unusual policy, but that's the nature of this policy.
Okay.
So these footnotes are to reference where this stuff came from and how whoever's reading this policy, it makes it easier for them to understand, correct?
For instance, under C3, volunteer opportunities, that comes from the
Yeah.
Title I.
Yeah. I think that needs to stay there.
Works for me.
And I'm fine with footnotes, I'm just questioning the
2111.
consistency, because again, I've been reading all of these policies, and this stood out to me because there are footnotes and there aren't.
We have the statutory references in the other policies,
Right.
and they're not footnoted. But here, it just seemed like the pieces are so discrete and related to each other that it was useful as a reference rather than have to go back and look it up
Okay,
each time
I'm fine with
to have
them.
it there.
Breadcrumbs for me, I like it.
Yeah, it was just a consistency thing for me.
Okay. Moving.
My next question is 227, page 227. I don't know if anybody has questions before that, so I'm just going to, policy 2125. I don't know if anybody had questions before that, but my question about school advisory councils, in item C on page 227, and item D, actually, excuse me, I note that during COVID, we had school advisory councils that were actually meeting online. And the only reason I bring this up is because I heard specifically through some Florida School Board Association trainings that was an exceptional situation through the executive order that is no longer in place. So I'm just making a note here that we need to ensure that our school advisory councils are not still trying to meet online. That's the only reason I bring that up here as a point of reference, because it is not in policy that is allowed, I believe, and I think that's statute. But I wanted to ask that kind of question.
Where you at?
I'm on page 227. And this is talking specifically about school advisory councils.
Public meetings, unless there's a special carve-out, are not online. They can't, it doesn't fit within the definition of a public meeting.
Right.
I don't believe, where public can attend just by walking in the door.
Sure, and school advisory council, I'm just making note of it for district conversation. During COVID, because of the executive order, school advisory councils were meeting online. I've seen on marquees in our district, SAC meeting on Zoom on a specific date. The executive order is no longer in place, so I want to just make sure we understand that that policy is that they can't do that. So that's the only reason I brought that up. Maybe you guys have seen that too in some of your schools.
Whose executive order is that? Is
It was the governor. It was the governor. It was,
So that would still play out in the event the governor did make an executive order?
Correct, and Vice Chair Campbell is correct. That is, the executive order is explicit about providing the opportunity for not just school advisory councils, but school boards to meet. And so when that executive order sunsetted and concluded, they need to meet face-to-face. So if there's a case that's not happening, I need to know.
okay.
I'm not aware of any, I haven't seen or heard of
They
it.
even did school board meetings that way, I believe. They had.
School board meetings were
public
done,
input, yeah.
yes, quite a bit that way,
Ours.
but not ours.
Not ours. But the only reason I made a note of that is just to ensure for public consumption that any school advisory council that's trying to meet continued on Zoom is not in compliance with policy.
Ms. Campbell, do you believe that there's a need to alter the language here, or?
I do not.
Something that we need to,
I think that just as a point of reference is what I wanted to bring that up for. I have seen school advisory council meetings that have been on Zoom, and I will address that with Dr. Gullett directly.
Maybe if you see that, maybe address it with the super or the principal too. So we can just maybe move
Superintendent,
on.
you're comfortable with it, just as is?
Correct. All the policies that we have reviewed are grounded in statute. So we've been very explicit about that. So if the statute changes, we shouldn't have to change the policy. So that's why we list those
And an
very
executive order comes
intentionally.
out for some reason, then you just go to work and notify and you're done.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's good.
I need to go back to to the prior policy on the district's vision. The current board policy says, taking into consideration that new emphasis is being from our current policy 1.10. So I don't know where the vision.
that's the vision
Yeah.
statement?
So I need to know what other vision statement, where are we getting it from to put in there?
It's in the strategic plan.
Our strategic plan. The
new
board
strategic plan.
adopted, yes.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
as a point of clarification on the SAC meetings, is it okay for a Zoom link to be offered as long as they have a quorum for their SAC meeting? Because I will say that I attended one recently via Zoom because of my health condition, but they had the folks that they needed there personally. And I asked so that I wouldn't miss the meeting.
That's a great point.
I believe so, but I'd have to defer to Attorney Powers, but I believe so long as you're having the face-to-face meeting and then you have access for your community to be in attendance.
Because people like that. I think that that's been one of the innovations that had come out of this.
And I
That may
think
really grow.
Yes,
About it on that ethics training.
they did.
yes. I feel like they did.
Mr. Powers, you can go double check before you answer that, but on our ethics training, they did mention that if there is a quorum, then they can.
Right.
That's where I
That's
heard it.
correct.
That's even right here
heard it
for us.
Much
There
like
had to
school
be a
board
physical
meetings.
quorum
Much like school board
to
meetings.
carry on this meeting. So as long as there's a physical quorum, there can be an alternative, accessibility of offering a Zoom link or
important.
virtual link.
So is that important to alter policy at all, or do you think policy's
I don't
still
think we
fine the
have
way
to
it
alter
is?
the policy. I think the policy is good right here.
Okay.
Practice.
Yeah, that's well-grounded, so
And it's grounded in the fact that once there is a quorum, which is the requirement, that anything else above and beyond that is just participatory. So that's perfectly fine. We can, yes.
I mean, I think reading this, it just says all meetings shall be open, public, and subject to Florida Statute Chapter 286. And I think we're doing that. We'll be in compliance with that. So, yeah.
If you want to clarify and get back with us, we won't stay.
Because it talks about absences and things like that. It requires a quorum to be present, but then you have to also ensure that when you're talking about absences, then you have to consider, okay, how many of those people are not present in the room but might have been present on Zoom, and are you counting those? Probably not, right,
If there's Zoom, the quorum has to be
Be present.
in present, okay.
Present.
from my understanding.
It says 6, require a quorum to be present
present.
before a vote may be taken. So present means,
Correct. I mean, by quorum, I meant a physical quorum.
Yeah.
People in attendance there. So as for how that looks with the procedure for how we enact it, I'll get with the superintendent and make sure to clarify that. But as to this policy, I think that the policy is clearly defines what we need.
Dr. Cummings?
yes, ma'am.
For complete specificity in these modern times, maybe just simply adding a
Physical
physical.
quorum. Physical quorum. I was thinking the same thing. Right there in number 6,
Page 227.
where it says require and add physical quorum. You guys in agreement?
I think so.
I'm fine.
It's number 6 under operation of council.
That's assumed, so sure.
Operation
Operation of council,
bylaw shall-
A6.
Before Zoom was even.
Require a physical quorum, right.
Something that came to light during
Now we
the
know.
pandemic.
And that may expand out, in the future, with all sorts of technological advances.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think that helps.
Those that are road tripping to the moon may still be able to tune in.
That probably really could happen.
I don't know who has the next question. I have another question on page 239, policy 2260, but I don't know if anybody had a question before that.
You're on 239?
239?
Okay, I have something on 233,
Okay.
and that
Policy
is,
that, Ms. Roy?
yeah, 233 is the program of instruction, and it's actually page 2 of 2, letter D regarding
Policy,
the,
I'm
bless
doing
you,
it
bless you.
digital,
2215.
2215. Thank you.
Yeah, policy number 2215. But it's letter D, and it's the character development program. And the reason why I bring this up is that it was brought up to us as a best practice to have a copy of these policies available at each work session or definitely at each board meeting for the public to be able to look at whenever they want to, so to speak. And I think that's important because, while some may think all this is nonsense or something along the lines of just something we made up, it's basically our Constitution. And it may help the public. At least we're doing everything we can to make it transparent and available. And I think that's important, and my attention was drawn to the character development program because there's been a lot of, the buzzwords, SEL and CRT get thrown around all over the place. And a lot of citizens don't realize, again, the mandates that we're under from both the state and the federal government, including having character development curriculum and what it's supposed to be stressing. So that's just one example that jumped out at me, and I wanted to ask the rest of the board if you remember that from, I think it was chairmanship. They were talking about having a physical copy available for the public for each and every meeting. So if they have questions on something, they can look too. Not everybody wants to get on a computer and look something up. So that's why I brought it up. So
I don't have any Chair, I don't have any problem with that, but since you brought up the Constitution,
Non-discrimination.
I would love the idea of a word count equality of our policy with the Constitution. That would be tremendous. And people would be able to just put it in their pocket and understand it clearly, where I don't think it's humanly possible to understand this.
everything's specific, but there's a lot of it.
I think we have Florida statute to thank for that. So if our Florida statutes also were the same as the
a goal-
Constitution.
As a goal, how exciting to have a goal.
Should be 10 pages or less written in layman's terms.
That's it,
That's it? All right.
I'm talking about.
But I digress. Sorry.
No, that's a good point. I agree with that, of having some kind of hard copy of it. Once we have this completed, not this version that's all marked up right now, but once we are done and approved, I'd would be in favor of, we can reuse these notebooks. To have a hard copy version of policies. Yes.
Okay.
Page 239, policy 2260. It's just one of those dirty dozen questions. I know that we've addressed that a few times with Ms. Thrower not being here. I know that we definitely want to incorporate the word sex in addition to gender, but I don't remember, it's been a few weeks since we had this before, what we landed on as our statement, because the one statement from NEOLA had this written differently. This one is one, I don't know if this is the new statement or the old statement, or this one's the new. So it does leave out the word sex, and I know we want to incorporate the word sex in our dirty dozen.
In the general statement?
It's the new statement that's on the board. You don't have
Okay.
a copy in your book.
Oh, okay, all right,
New
so
statement
let's read it.
includes sex. Sex is included in the NEOLA.
Okay,
You're talking about in the general statement.
in the general statement, yes, so the district not discriminate based of race, sex. Nope, that's not how we want it. Because that sex in parentheses, including sexual orientation, gender status, and gender identity. I believe that we concurred that we do not want it to have that parentheses. We want that to be separated. Am I
You are
remembering that? We don't want sex to also mean gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation.
I think it means including without, but not limited to.
No,
I think it's
doesn't
better
say
if we have commas and actually say national origin, sex, comma, sexual orientation, comma, gender status, comma, gender identity. I would be okay with all of that, but not sex with a parentheses saying that that includes all of those things. But that's
Certainly do that.
open for, I know we had a lengthy discussion, I just don't remember what we landed on.
Just take out the parentheses and then put in commas.
we landed on what,
And the word including.
Blow that up a little bit. Yeah, can you blow it up a little bit, Nicole?
So I'm erasing.
Oh,
controlling that.
oh, can you blow it up? I'm sorry.
It's not loaded.
The word including and the word or at the end of the inclusion.
Don't change it yet. Don't change it yet. Blow it up so we can see it.
It could
You want
be,
me to
it's
roll
pulled
up?
in
Just
full
asking if you can zoom.
Zoom in. Zoom in.
Okay.
Enlarge it.
It's like an eye test.
Is that good?
No,
Maybe.
larger. Larger.
Can you do Control Plus on your screen?
I was wondering if,
And you can click on your mouse
Yeah, it goes up.
There you go.
you
Do it again.
There you go.
and, okay.
One more time. Really good. Okay. The district is
Yeah, I just, even the basis of race, including anti-Semitism, that, I don't like the parentheses,
I
frankly.
don't know if that's,
Ethnicity, color, national origin, sex.
If we have ethnicity, I also don't know if we need color, but that's a.
I'm sorry? Oh, right,
ethnicity, I
color.
don't know if we- Race, ethnicity, color, I mean, those seem to be,
Color is one of the ones in this Title
Is,
6, I
is
think.
that word actually in the statute or the
Federal, yeah.
federal law? And does HIV/AIDS count as, or sickle cell trait? Do we need those words with disability? Like, I'm just,
No,
age except as authorized by law. I'm concerned about the parentheses.
it seems that what we want to do here is to, within the confines of what federal and state statute require, clarify and limit the number of protected classes that we're writing here. Is that fair?
but we don't want to create any protective classes either.
Correct.
Right.
Because that's what it seems like we're doing when you keep adding.
that's an endless,
We need to be in compliance with the law, whatever the statute is, not writing the law.
And is
That's all right.
anti-Semitism counted as race or is it counted as religion?
It's neither.
Right, right. I'm just, that's what I'm concerned as to the placement of the parentheses.
Irish and Catholicism, so we're just not going down an endless list.
I thought it was race and religion.
So religion's in there, but I'm just, see where the parentheses is placed? Race, including anti-Semitism? Like, I mean, we certainly don't want to discriminate based on anti-Semitism, but is that associated with race? Like, I don't,
Yes,
That-
that would be an addition.
So once we get this dirty dozen statement fixed, then we'll have it for all of them, but I just want to make sure we had. Yeah, no, go ahead. You didn't get to participate in the conversation before.
Chair Cummings?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the actual requirement of state and federal law? I'd like to see that cleaned up, and then maybe at our next go-round, look at it, because that's just a whole laundry list here, and I think of HIV because there was so much discrimination, in a long time ago. Sickle cell, I don't know why that jumped out.
Well, these things are in statute, all of these are, but you don't have to list everything. There's no requirement that you list every single thing in here, but they are.
Every single thing, there's gonna be one more thing that got left out that someone's gonna
Right.
notice and say, why isn't it there?
That's right.
Okay, well,
Cover all religions, you just can't do it.
you could say disability, comma, HIV.
No.
You don't want to put that?
No, illnesses, I would like, I'm just saying, for down
They-
the line, I'm not gonna start listing.
Yeah, they are regarded as a disability, so you could not include those.
For the sake of clarity, I'm removing the parens, correct?
Yes. I think that's what.
And the words including, and then the last word or. So, does the board want to include anti-Semitism? Does anybody have a,
I don't think anti-Semitism.
May I make a suggestion?
Please.
A suggestion in looking at what I believe the protected classes are, and in looking at the fact that we do not need to state every possible protected class, I believe that the ones which incorporate or others would include race, ethnicity, national origin, sex, disability,
Religion.
pregnancy, marital status, and genetic information.
What about religion?
Yeah,
I'm
age.
sorry, did I miss
Yeah,
that
we
one?
skipped a section. Age, religion,
Okay, right. Age, religion,
military status,
and
ancestry.
because there are national, right. So,
Ancestry.
I was saying to leave the military.
Yeah,
and
that's
and
fine.
the only reason that military status might have made it onto this list, I think, would be the fact that that we are precluded from terminating a position because of service if someone is called to active duty.
Right.
Also
Okay.
But I don't know that it needs to be in veterans preference issues. But in fact, I'll just briefly say that I think that if we're saying we do not discriminate on the basis of military status and yet we have veterans preference, which
Yes.
is required, is discriminating on the basis of military status. So I think that needs to be removed.
Right.
So if that, and by no means is what I'm saying end all be all, it's just to help. But going back, I would say race, ethnicity, national origin, sex, disability, pregnancy, marital status, age,
religion,
religion,
military.
and genetic information.
Military status, yes. And ancestry we're taking out as well.
Take out ancestry, genetic, all that stuff.
I think we're leaving genetic.
Are we leaving genetic information in?
No.
Yeah, I would say yes, because genetic information, that's a sort of new protected class. For instance, it was brought forth a recent case of someone with Huntington's disease or a genetic predisposition to it, and their insurance was going to increase and factors like that. So
Which would be separate from a disability? They won't.
it's not necessarily disability, it's genetic information because you don't know yet whether it's ever going, that gene's ever going to express itself in the future.
Okay.
Following your logic on or your example on military status, now you are discriminating. You would discriminating with Huntington's disease. Let's, following an example. So I think we need to be careful with that, because you're mixing negatives and positives. And so you're precluding a positive action by saying that you cannot discriminate. Following your example of military service, you are discriminating.
Well, my point is that with military status, we in fact do discriminate in a positive manner toward military status, as in veterans preference programs, things like that.
This is-
Genetic information would be if genetically there was something in a DNA test that said that you were subject to, that you were more likely to get a certain thing, and therefore your insurance could go up, which as a self-insured district, we might not
Right.
want to have people who
Or predisposed.
are predisposed to
kinds
some
of cancer.
condition.
I got you.
Sickle cell, for example, is one, you
Right,
know.
right.
We don't want to discriminate on that basis,
So-
genetic information.
If it,
Would discriminate based on allowing something by policy. You would discriminate and let them in. Therefore, I'd like your earlier thought, which is to just equate it, to balance it with military service. And now we don't.
Well, I
discriminate.
like military service because what also could happen is, you have a reservist, right? And all of a sudden we go to war or whatever, and then we're like, oh, you're military, we won't hire you because you might not be here if you get called up. So I would like to see us leave military service in there, or military, whatever it was worded.
if it's helpful, Terry looked up the OCR website, and they have a sample notice of non-discrimination. May I read it? Very short. Does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, disability, or age in programs and activities, and provides equal access to Boy Scouts and other designated youth groups.
So they have left out ethnicity, pregnancy, marital status, genetic information, and military status.
And religion.
And religion.
And
That's
religion,
officer civil
And
rights.
some of those come from other statutes. This is,
right.
Short and sweet.
I like
Yeah,
short.
but we got to add a few more of those words in. We have to add
You
religion.
have to have religion in there.
And you can put, that would fit.
But they use color instead of ethnicity.
Correct.
Yes.
And ethnicity captures anti-Semitism,
Right.
whereas color and race may not.
May not. That's correct.
So first of all, let's go, so we're going to eliminate the including anti-Semitism as defined in bylaw on that first line. So basis of race, comma. Let's go ahead and go there for sure.
Right there.
Yes, we're striking that part. Basis of race. Are we leaving ethnicity and removing color, or vice versa?
Was ethnicity one of them?
On theirs, they use the
They
word
use
color
the word
instead
color
of it.
in OCR.
Ethnicity better.
We already say race. I mean, I think race, ethnicity, color are
Partially
extremely similar
interchangeable.
and partially interchangeable, so that's up to the board to decide how they, again, given the fact that we don't have to express every possible iteration of it, that's up to you.
Race doesn't do it for me. I'll tell you why, because you have some folk that say, well, what's your race? African American, black, whatever, but you can look something else. You can look black and still be Hispanic, or you can still be a different ethnicity than not be African American. So that's why I don't want to include all of them into one. 'Cause
Sure. No, I'd
because
say at
because
least
you're going to
two.
crunch people into you're putting them, you're
Right.
making them go into one box where they don't have to be.
So race and ethnicity and take out color? Or,
Okay. I'd like to address it.
Mm-hmm.
Sharon. So white, for example, would do that same thing. You don't go Irish or,
Correct.
like that. It's a box.
Correct.
And so I'm open. I just like it to be clean and understood, and I like brevity, because then it's easy to understand.
But you can be a white Hispanic. You can be a black. You can be a black. You can be a black
That's why I think
Hispanic. You could be. You
way
know what I'm saying? When you take out that ethnicity part, it's like you're disavowing that group.
right.
So. That's
So does
why.
national origin, is that needed?
Yes.
Okay, and that's different than ethnicity? Okay, because you can be Hispanic from Ecuador.
Correct. Or Spain.
Right, okay. So are we taking out the word color?
No. Say
Right.
color in there.
Colors in the federal statute.
It's in OCR's guidance, but
Okay.
we may keep it or not and use it interchangeably with ethnicity and race. It's up to you.
Okay.
What do you recommend, Attorney Hat?
I don't think that whether or not we state that in our policy, that it is going to make a difference as to a potential Office of Civil Rights complaint. Any complaint that we may get on the basis of color will include either ethnicity or race. I think that those are just terms that became, that were adopted, that became used over and over. Now, if that's currently in their structure or guidance, it can be there or it can not be there. I don't think it's going to alter what we can or cannot discriminate on the basis of. So, again, leaving it there is an easy fix, and that's probably why it's there in their guidance in the first place.
To just personally matching as closely as possible with OCR is probably smart. The common vernacular sort of defaults to color. So that's also something to keep in mind if we're looking at this being absorbable by a typical citizen.
Yes, sir.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
This is a little bit off the chart, but I've been working a number of years on the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and I was actually involved in whether to hold with the brand or not hold with the brand and change it to black. Some time ago, this was just at a convention in Orlando. And so I don't know if times have changed. I've eliminated using color in any of my comments just to be very careful not to ever
Offend.
inflame or offend. And so, and they went through it all. I didn't. I was only involved. So I bring that up as a point that we're addressing some things, and if times have changed, they've changed, and we address it squarely with race and ethnicity.
That group left the word colored in there for National Advancement Association for Advancement of Colored People. They left that there for historical perspective, nothing more. Nothing more than for history, because the original Niagara movement talked about color. So and it was all colors. It wasn't just one color. So, but I get what you're saying.
It's really not used anymore, especially doing documentaries.
Correct. And historically, the word colored was a offensive term. Still is offensive term. When it was just used for one group of people. But the movement was not about one group of people. So.
And we're right in the midst of the 65th anniversary of Stanton Wearsdale, which color is the big play in that whole thing. You know, so it's a compression of time. And you just got to make these decisions as you document.
Yes.
So I think,
Where are we at?
yeah, I think we're at race, ethnicity, color, national origin, sex. My next question is there a reason for us to add the word gender? Is there a legal reason for us to add the word gender? And I don't know the answer to that. Mr. Whitmer?
I didn't write this policy, but there's a huge number of statutes at the bottom that are referenced there. We could go through them. But I'd rather than take that time. I think Mr. Powers and I can research that question. Title IX speaks of sex, I think, doesn't it?
Right, and having researched it, I can tell you that sex, Title IX defines sex to include a number of other factors which are moving targets,
Okay.
including gender and things like that.
And,
So just
and with the court cases,
The question I would have beyond that is whether to include sexual orientation as a separate protected class here, because if we're deleting it there, I think we are fine with saying gender status or gender identity we're leaving out because Title IX defines those under sex. However, sexual orientation, I don't know that Title IX
This would come, I know how NEOLA works on these policies, and they communicate with OCR, and OCR, I believe, their position is that sexual orientation is a protected class. It's not in federal statutes. It is in some court cases, some high-level court cases. But it's kind of a gray area still, and it's evolving. But that's why I think NEOLA wanted to get in front of that and just have that as a stated category. But I can't say that it's required to be in there at this point.
I was saying, to be clear, if we're going to delete the three things that sex was modified by in the parentheses, the only one that I believe is probably important to add back, and is sexual orientation. Gender status and gender identity, Title IX's definitions may include sex, under sex. I don't think it includes sexual orientation under sex. So therefore, us having it in the policy, if that's our desire, is probably a smart thing. Am I making sense?
Because sex and sexual orientation are two very different things,
Right.
So it's gonna be comma, sexual orientation.
if we all
Oh,
agree to that.
Okay, but what does that mean? And I'd like to hear the argument for that, other than smart.
Okay. Yep. And Terry just brought up, because I did this last time when we were discussing similar thing with another Dirty Dozen one, and that was, besides OCR, was EEOC, because EEOC has theirs. Now, again, subject to the fact that we don't have to have everything in our policy that is on OCR's website, because they may throw in everything, including the kitchen sink, and EEOC. EEOC's types of discrimination. Let's see. They have sexual orientation, gender identity, sex, religion, race, color, pregnancy, national origin, genetic information, disability, age. So they have quite the number of them as well. So we can go broadly in one of three directions. We can have a very, very comprehensive list, which includes every possible type that EEOC or OCR indicate is a potential protected class. We can cluster those together into groups that we believe reasonably accommodate, all of those various areas, or we can attempt to come up with a mix which incorporates a number of them that cover everything. So I think the time spent on this, although we are spending a fair amount of time, is well spent, because this is going to be the model for about a dozen other policies that
Right.
we have to deal with. So,
And does sex get it done?
sex does not get it done alone. No. Sex gets it done for gender status and gender identity under Title IX. However, sex may or may not cover sexual orientation, because sex and sexual orientation are two different things.
Then define the sexual orientation for me.
You asking me to define sexual orientation?
I almost said something then.
Why define it? Why have it? I like
It's
clarity
defining
in
it
law.
carefully. It's defining it carefully, because sexual orientation would be, I don't know. I don't know how.
In this,
That is a broad word.
And it is also a loaded question, because we can't, many of these cases used to say sexual preference.
Right.
And then the current thought is that sexual orientation is not a preference. It is it is inherent. So.
Right.
when they had the gay marriage case at the Supreme Court, the way they got to that was they said discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation is discrimination based on sex.
Right.
A lot of people disagreed with that, but that's the legal holding.
are you saying then that sex does cover it?
So
It does
layman's
not.
Under
terms,
that case,
sexual
well-
orientation
And we
is
wish it did, but
homosexuality.
it doesn't.
It does not, and I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I was just trying to come up with layman's terms. Sexual orientation is homosexuality, gay, lesbian. That is sexual orientation versus gender, which is something else.
And the reason that for the Supreme Court case holding that he's talking about was the fact that we were saying that someone on the basis of their sex, male, for example, could not marry another person because that person is male. That is discrimination on the basis of sex. However, discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation may include that if I am male and I am being discriminated against because I have a sexual orientation that is attracted to other males, then that would be something that makes it it's outside the sex discrimination. It's now into what my orientation would be if that were the case.
So defending a case, let's just go down that road, some case that we would be involved in, perhaps, you would be more comfortable having sexual orientation?
I believe that it is not going to be the policy of this district ever, nor nearly any other public agency, to discriminate, at least openly, and hopefully not at all, on the basis of sexual orientation. That being the case, I believe it should be included within our general statement that the district does not discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation. Now, as to gender status or gender identity, those are concepts which currently are quite progressive. They also are moving targets which change extremely frequently, such that there are not necessarily 2 genders or 4 genders, there may be 74 genders, and it's a concept which has not settled within the consciousness yet of the nation altogether. So that being the case, I believe that using the term sex currently covers gender status and gender identity because of the fact that Title IX and other statutes incorporate those under that. I don't know that they always incorporate sexual orientation under that umbrella in the same way.
Okay,
that-
I'm comfortable with that explanation. That's enough of a definition for me on sexual orientation to include it. But for discussion, that's just from this board member.
I think sexual orientation probably should be included, but let sex, like you said, cover that other group.
Comfortable with
I
that?
like what you said, I'm good.
Yes, I like it.
Let's roll.
Disability, obviously.
Right. Pregnancy, marital status, age, religion, military status, and we're taking out the word ancestry. Is that correct? And then we're leaving in genetic information. Is that where we
We
are?
really need Ancestry, that just reminds me of Ancestry.com.
Right.
and it doesn't-
Right.
Yeah,
I'm fine with removing that if you all are.
I'm fine with removing it, and I'm also would like to remove, what was the one just prior to that?
Military status, religion, marital status, age.
Right.
So
Pregnancy.
pregnancy.
My neck won't let me.
No, okay, so I'll read the whole statement again. Basis of race, ethnicity, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, disability, pregnancy, marital status, age, religion, military status, or genetic information.
Genetic information, I don't find that to be, that's a moving target for me, just simply on genomics that are just taking place. It's a whole world. I'm just saying.
But we also just said the same thing with sexual orientation too.
Yes.
So it's still, I think that one probably does need to
How do you
stay.
feel on that?
keep genetic.
Keep just doing that.
Federal statute.
I believe that
Right.
keeping genetic information is important.
It's important, yes.
And right now we have in parentheses, I'm sorry.
Like the BRCA or whatever, like people may get tested for BRCA, and if you have, history, like relatives that may have something that may pop up later, you surely would not want to be discriminated against.
Right.
Whatever it should be. So I think that should be
Right.
important.
Right.
Agreed.
Or not, I mean, and it is statute, so. Yeah.
Yes.
Chair, I have a question about the parentheses after the word age, because I left it out when I just talked to you about it, but I realize we haven't struck it through yet. Struck, anyway, whatever. Age except as authorized by law, and I'm not certain when we would ever discriminate
That,
by age as authorized by law.
Wouldn't let a 3-year-old into first grade.
Right.
Okay, so we need to leave that except as authorized by law, okay.
there may be rare
And
exceptions.
you wouldn't hire a bus driver over age 70, I think, if they, or did they get away with that? I don't know.
I'm not certain.
Is that what you're trying to
No.
No.
Is that what you're saying to me?
Okay, I can understand the, as authorized by law in those cases then if that's, so I was leaving out when I was reading it, but, okay. I can understand why we would leave that. So if we're good with that, and that's our dirty dozen, like I want to make sure that we incorporate this, now that we've spent 30 minutes on this statement, that once we get it down to what we want it as a district, then it becomes our statement. Okay. Are we all good with that?
Lawyer
Where we
Powers, are you comfortable with that last?
I believe I am. Give me just one moment. Let me review one last thing.
So the only parentheses we have is that except as authorized by law, which I like much better. I don't like those parentheses that's including this and including that, and just use a word and then let the statute explain what the word means.
We may suggest this to NEOLA as the new improved language.
I mean, well, you definitely need to incorporate the digital media in the politicking that we talked about before.
Okay, I think that's,
I just have one clarification.
Okay.
Do you want collectively, comma, protected classes in parens removed or to stay?
At the end of the paragraph.
At the very end, Attorney Powers, what do you think about that?
we are setting these up as protected classes here. The fact is, by stating in our policy these are protected classes, we might be implying that those are limited. Okay, which are classes protected, but no, that's fine. Yes.
He's talking about the parentheses.
I think it's irrelevant. We can remove that because it says which are.
Class is protected, right?
Right.
It's duplicative.
Parentheses can
Are
come out.
they not just trying to use that as the, throughout the rest of the document, they're only going to reference protected
Yeah,
classes?
but I don't see that, in the rest of the document there, it may have protected classes, and if that provides a definition. So,
Redundant.
So if you go on the next paragraph, actually, it says, without regard to the protected classes. So maybe that is your carry forward, that all of this covers protected classes. So we might need to use it there.
So are they using that so that they don't have to keep restating
Yes,
this?
I believe so.
What this is?
yes.
Okay.
And I would modify one last thing, though it's a small modification. After genetic information, it says which are classes protected. I would eliminate which are, and I would put as classes protected by state
Okay.
and/or federal law.
I like that.
Do we have a verb? Okay, does not discriminate. Okay, just checking. Okay.
Good.
I think so. So can I read the whole statement one more time, just so we make sure we know exactly what it says? And that we have that it's all grammatically correct. The district does not discriminate on the basis of race, ethnicity, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, disability, pregnancy, marital status, age, except as authorized by law, religion, military status, or genetic information as classes protected by state and/or of federal law, and in parentheses, collectively, quote-unquote, protected classes, because protected classes will then be our carry forward.
We need to remove the word of after and/or.
I thought that didn't feel right. Classes protected by state and/or federal law, correct. Remove the word of. Right where you are, yep, right where your cursor is.
And is it, at the risk of being micromanaging this.
No, please.
Where it says age except as authorized by law, that would, your question was a valid one.
Oh, it's, okay.
But I think it also applies to every one of these other factors as well. If anything is authorized by law, the discrimination on that basis is acceptable.
Okay, to
Same-
remove the.
Whether it's age or genetic information, or whether it's,
Right,
you know,
ethnicity or, right.
I can't imagine off the top of my head what, but there are, I'm sure, are potential exceptions. So if something is authorized by law, then we're going to do it. So I would probably eliminate.
Take out that parentheses.
Yep, and then I'm done.
Except as authorized by law.
Yes.
Right. I'm okay with that. Are you all okay with removing it there? Ms. King, you have a puzzled look. Are you okay? Okay. Because once we get this down, I mean, I know we talked about this a lot the last time too, but once we have our dirty dozen statement down, then we don't have to revisit it, I don't think.
Well, and the clarity and cleanliness and the thought-out legal ramifications really matters. As well as we can get it, and we could always change it, I suppose, as technology changes or whatever, but law changes,
Okay.
but time well spent.
Yeah, I'm fine with that if you guys are.
There's a whole bunch.
Good? Okay.
260.
Because then I can just.
So I may have additional policies that I've marked that are like, okay, just making sure this is a dirty dozen one, just making sure this is a dirty dozen one. So as we go, I know that was a long time on that one, but I think that's important work that we did. So thank you all. I think we all did important work there. My next question is on policy 2416. So I don't know if anybody has one before that one. On page 287. Anybody have one before that? My question, this is policy 2416, page 287, item D. My question is about self-incriminating. And I'm wondering, I want a little bit more information on self-incriminating. Knowing that we've had a lot of discipline cases lately and we've had students that have, I'm concerned about self-incriminating. Maybe that's statute, maybe there's something specific to that, respects the privacy rights of parents and their children. If we ask students to make a statement without an attorney and or a parent present, and that statement in the investigation at the school is self-incriminating, which oftentimes they are, where does that put this policy? That's my question. So say a student is searched and has a vape pen with THC oil or something, not even THC, vape pen, whatever, and they are asked to make a statement to then give their side of what happened, how they received it, how they were caught, whatever. All of that is self-incriminating because they're making a statement apart from a parent or an attorney. And I'm just curious to know how that is looked at according to this policy.
Where's that statement?
This,
Item D, page 287.
this policy is not about investigations. It's about
Okay.
surveys and surveying students and sending students questionnaires to
Okay.
answer that sort of thing. It's based on federal law.
Okay,
And
okay.
so you can't say, for instance, in the question, have you ever violated, or what laws have you ever violated? Or, have you ever used drugs? That kind of thing. And they were very strong about passing this in Congress because they didn't want it to be intrusive into, the student's life.
Okay, so this is specific to surveys.
Yeah.
They said top that,
Okay.
Surveys, analysis,
Evaluation is kind of the word that kind of stuck out to me to be, but okay, that's fine. So evaluation could not mean a one-on-one with a counselor where that student then self-incriminates. I just want to make sure because a survey I get, analysis I get, but evaluation can sometimes be a one-on-one with a counselor.
That would also require either student or parental authorization, which is what it says, without prior written consent of the student or his or her parents to submit to those evaluations.
Okay,
So-
I want to make sure that we're covered, because
is where you-
if a student is coming to a guidance counselor, they're having depression issues, and in the course of that evaluation that counselor is given, the student then says, well, I use marijuana sometimes because, and is that classified as evaluation, even though the parent doesn't know the student has gone to the, I'm just trying to make sure that we don't have anything in here that's going to,
But it could also mean I have a gun and I'm going to shoot somebody.
sure.
And so when you do that, it's like you could be telling on something that you're doing. So I think,
Well, this, I'm sorry.
go ahead, no, it's fine. I'm just,
The second sentence may clarify. No student shall be required as a part of the school program or the district's curriculum to participate in a survey or evaluation which reveals the following.
Okay.
So does that make a difference in that analysis? I mean, the fact here is that if we're saying no student shall be required to do it, it's a little different than a situation in which a student may be volunteering that information for treatment purposes or something of that nature.
Code of conduct here, we're talking surveys and things like that. I see the difference, but I also see the concern. So I'm glad to have it clarified.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with it. I just wanted us to have the dialogue if we're comfortable with the way it reads.
Well, I'm very supportive of the protection, your concerns, and I'd like to see that addressed by Attorney Powers.
It comes straight from the statute, that word evaluation, survey, analysis, or evaluation.
Okay, if it's straight statute, then it is what it is.
Well, and yeah, does that, Ms. King, though, I sort of cut you off for it, I didn't mean to, but where you were talking about, like if a student talks about having a gun or some impermissible thing, if what we're saying here is that the student shall not, no student shall be required to reveal that information, does that address the concern that you had, or does it not totally? Do we need to modify?
So I think I might have a response to that, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. King, but because it's saying specific as required in a program or curriculum, which I think a one-on-one or an investigation or something wouldn't necessarily be a program or curriculum that requires the student to then self-incriminate or share anything else here. So in this case, demeaning behavior, let's use another phrase or term that's in this same item here, that the student is participating in a social emotional learning where they're having to call someone else by a bad name or something like that. That would be demeaning behavior. That would never be a part of our curriculum, or that would never be a program that we would actually separate students and ask them to role play, I would hope. I mean, I think that's what this is saying for us not to do. So using just illegal, antisocial, self-incriminating, because it's not a program or curriculum. I think that covers the concern. Anyway, just self-incriminating just stood out to me because I know that we're having students that are doing that on their written statements often. But again, it's not a part of a program or curriculum. And I just want to make sure that that covers it. But Ms. King, if you still have concern, I'm interested in hearing the thought.
So we good?
I think so.
All right, let's move forward.
Let's see, are we in the same policy? No. Policy, good night. This is just a typo. Policy 2421, page 294. So this is almost at the very end of this policy. It's a 5-page policy, policy 2421, under industry certification. It's almost at the very, very end, the last bold statement. Keep scrolling. It's just an unneeded S, and I just want to make sure it's there. Yeah, so under industry certification, the next one down, it says Marion Technical College shall enable students in career, I'm sorry, it's the last section, industries.
Extra S.
It's just an extra S, yes. So scroll all the way down.
Those
Earn.
are things when we catch them that we can just like send up lists because
Our office, the people who clean it take care of that.
Oh, okay. All right, well then I don't have to acknowledge them if you,
Although they missed it before to do that.
yeah, they missed it. I mean, it's in this book, so.
Good point.
would there be a way, like as we're looking through, if we
Yeah.
catch something to just mark it and then
Mark it.
Yeah.
email it to somebody?
Right.
So we don't just sit here and talk about S.
Okay, keep going. Scrolling all the way down to this last bold statement. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Under industry certification, first sentence, Marion Technical College shall enable students in career certificate programs. There's an S there after programs.
Right above A, right above A.
First sentence.
Right
It
above
is,
A.
but she just hadn't made the
There you
correction
go,
yet.
right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome, good.
My next one is policy 2430.03 on page 300. I don't know if anybody has something before that or not.
Do we, just to clarify, when any of us find typos, what should be the process so we don't have to?
Send me an email and I'll get it
To
corrected.
Terry,
No.
tell her what page it's on.
All right, so email Terry.
So email Terry.
Instead of
with the
going
page.
over them today. Okay.
Actually, if you could screenshot it or whatever, send it to her. That would be even better.
That would be good.
Got a type list.
So 2430.03. Frankly, this is just a question, and this is going to be something I probably will bring up more than once. Page 300. This is specific to Florida High School Athletic Association. Florida High School Athletic Association does not have any school attendance requirements in their regulations for student athletes. And I wonder if this district is interested in pursuing a policy on school attendance specific to those participating in extracurricular activities. So it'll be additional conversation we'll have, and we'll talk about students and
Campbell,
extracurricular
where are
activities.
you at again? I'm sorry, you said 2430.03?
Point 20, oh, I'm sorry, it is 2431, my apologies, my apologies. 2431,
It's page 300.
it is page 300. Yeah, my apologies, it was the
Intergalactic.
page just before. 2431 interscholastic athletics. This is the section under eligibility and regulation. And it is actually under like item ABC, under support of FHSAA program to strengthen sportsmanship, ethics, and integrity, the board commits itself to. I'm making a statement to say that the Florida High School Athletic Association does not include school attendance as a part of their requirements for student athletes. Obviously, this is specific to athletes, but also I would like a greater conversation, if we're interested in pursuing this thought process, for anyone participating in extracurricular activities. And I just didn't know if my fellow board members were interested in pursuing an attendance conversation.
Isn't that already a requirement that they have to be in school?
So the requirement is, well, the requirement is a portion of it, but it is not stringent enough, I don't believe. Let's say that, I believe a student athlete, and I don't know the FHSAA in particular about how this is, but I believe a student athlete has to be in attendance the day of a game, I believe.
Correct.
But if they're absent the entire week, just for whatever reason, they can still participate in that Friday's game if they're in school that day.
School bus not picking them up in time and they miss first period every day.
Well, that's
for a
different than attendance. That's a tardy. So,
week. No, they're missing complete
Some are
periods.
missing whole days.
So I agree 100% that students should be in school, but I can't put anything as policy until we can do what we're expecting our students to do, if that makes sense.
no, and I understand that. If it's a district, I mean, if it's a problem of the district, that the district is causing that tardy, then I think that would be a carve-out of a policy, as opposed to that person has chosen intentionally to not attend school that day. But I mean, I'm just, I'm interested in the dialogue, frankly, because I know that it's something that the FHSAA has not addressed. They have addressed that students are able to just change schools in the middle of a school year and go and play on another team if they want. So that they have addressed that. So they put a lot of rights in the students' hands, in addition to not addressing this. So
Is there a need in your?
I believe there is a need. And this is an opinion, an opinion, that those who are wearing school uniforms, whether it be a band uniform, a choral uniform, a sports uniform, those who are wearing those uniforms are, and that to be other extracurricular, I'm just using that as an illustration, are representatives of those schools and should be exemplified as school leaders because they're wearing the colors proudly of their schools. If those students are not required to also be in class, yes, they have a GPA requirement of 2.0, but if they're also not required to be in class, then it's not showing leadership.
Which class? Like
School, they're just not in school for 4 days, and then they show up on a Friday and play in that game that day, or whatever day of the week it might be. I'm just using that as.
But in school, the whole term, the whole semester, let's just say they're enrolled and they're going, and now they have an issue, and then they're not in school for some period of time. I don't know, Superintendent, what do you have a thought? And that really goes to the student and the student's need and whatever it is.
So I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you for just a moment. My example is I know that I have asked in the past, not this year, but I've asked in years past, last year, if we ever had student athletes who essentially were also participating in what could have been known as truancy court, where they had an excessive number of absences, so much so that it would have resulted in truancy legally. And the answer to that question when I asked it was yes. We had student athletes that were also truant. And that's because the FHSAA does not have a rule about it, nor does this district. And so because they haven't made a rule, it's up to individual counties and districts if districts want to approach it. And I'm just asking, do we want to? And I'm of the mindset we do. But that's for open conversation.
Would that be a rule or procedure? What would it be? Is that school to school? I mean, I think
Not at
you need
all.
to have something district-wide if it's going to be
It has
about
to be
attendance.
district-wide.
And I thought that there was something there.
There is not. It is
That kid
currently.
had to be they had to be in school so many days that week. You're saying there's not something there?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, there should
When I
be.
was
The only
in
thing is,
school-
we gotta be careful with our buses.
Right.
And I understand that.
We would have to actually get a permission card signed in order to participate in the game that weekend. I mean, that goes back, but it really comes back to the superintendent and to the administration of the school, because if Thrower is the quarterback, they're going to be trying to come up with a million reasons why she can't play.
I get what Ms. Campbell is saying. You got this
Star
star
quarterback.
kid that's a great athlete, and he's the one that's winning the games. But you let him miss Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He show up on Thursday and Friday and gets to play. I get that, and you're correct. There has to be something in place for that. But when I played, you had to be in school.
Right, but that's not the rule anymore. It's just the day of. That's the only thing that it says now. And it's kind of handled coach by coach, school by school, athletic director by athletic director right now, because there isn't a policy.
So what would be the requirement? They would have to be in school that whole week? And
that's
then-
open for conversation.
And we have to also take into consideration exactly what Ms. King was saying about if the district is failing to get them there to school, then we play a role in them not being in school, and you can't penalize them for that.
That was my,
That
was
Or quarantine.
Sure.
Symptoms by Friday.
yep.
So I 100% agree with your intent.
Yes.
Coming from the high school realm and seeing star players play
preferential.
more than their game is abhorrent. And it's not positioning the student to be successful at a D1 school.
That's right.
So I am all about
coming up with a principle, policy, practice, whatever you want to call it, because all kids matter, and all kids should be learning how to develop those leadership skills. The ones that are wearing the colors, they get some special attention, certainly, and it sets a very bad example for other members of the team, for the star to be out
Right.
doing what they do, and then show up on game day. So
Is it bad?
I think that there are a lot of things that we can do to tighten that up. And
So can we tighten it with some, I hate to say it, like exception, because I love the intent, but I think there's some areas we need to work on too before, it's like bad for, it's like do what I say but not as I do kind of feel, and that's where my struggle is with a little
That's the
bit.
question, can that be something that we put in the code of conduct versus putting in a specific
Policy at this
policy?
point, maybe,
Chair Cummins, I like that. I like your intent, but we were talking earlier about genetics. We are going into a realm where I could see clearly a student, for example, going through a therapy session that required Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, boom, have a date off, boom, have a date, that type of thing. We are going into a whole new world. I'm going through that on an age basis right now, on specific dates for therapy. So these things happen, and they happen chronologically, especially in genetics and some of that. So I would leave it in the hand of the superintendent and the district and like that, rather than in a policy statement.
And that's non-discrimination based on health and things like that. I think we're talking about more truant type situations, and I 100% agree, it's a superintendent's realm. We brought the concern forward. Code of student conduct would likely be a great place to start.
We don't have
I like that.
we don't have a quorum.
No.
Yes, we do. We have 3 of us.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a quorum.
I saw 2 people walk out and I forgot.
No, there are 3 of us.
If I may, I would absolutely appreciate the opportunity to take it back and look at our code of student conduct. Another related factor to this is our tardies. What I'm finding is we don't have very tight parameters around tardies. And the reason that's important is because there's some patterns of that, and it's impacting their classwork and academic performance. And so the tardies don't lead to absences. So we're beginning to see again those impact factors. So that is under review right now, and we'll be taking that back to our teams.
That can impact that, so that's, you do
Right,
need to have those.
right. And with regard to Ms. King's point, this is outside of transportation, outside of our bus transportation. This is just,
Personal choice.
this is personal choice of, I'll just show up for second or third period. And that's a pattern, and there's nothing that we
Or I'll check
able
myself
to
out.
do. Correct. So to be more concise, we will take that back to
Perfect.
review.
As long as, and that's what, item A here says to it, that the district will adopt policies which reflect the district's educational objectives and promote that. So I think that I think we had consensus that we would like for our district to tackle that issue, even if the FHSAA has not.
Thank you.
They haven't
And-
for a reason. And
Sure.
the attendance piece is very important in our district. We've had initiatives in the past, attendance matters, every student, every day. So we want to be in sync.
Yes.
Agreed.
May I suggest that if you're going to put something in the code of student conduct, that you reference the code of conduct here in this policy where it says eligibility and regulation. It says all district students shall satisfy eligibility requirements established by FHSAA, Florida law, board policy 243101, which is this one, and policy 561005, which we will look at later today. And then you could add a code of student conduct there if you wanted.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. I wanted us to have that conversation. We haven't discussed that openly, I don't believe, and so, thank you
Let's not add
for that. I think we had consensus.
Great.
Setting standards.
Right. And,
So-
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I stepped out. So are we going to move that to the
Code of student
superintendent's going to
conduct.
review?
Code of student conduct,
Code
I
of conduct.
believe, and superintendent's going to look into that and enhancing that. And then, once we have that a part of it, we will add that to this policy to reference specifically that item in the code.
Thank you. Can we, let's take a break, guys. We've been at it for about an hour and a half. almost.
Okay,
Art,
I have two more in this section and then I'm good. But yeah, good.
can we get this done in the next 5 or 6 minutes or two?
I
Then
think so, yeah.
Do it to a 15-minute break.
I have a question on policy 2440, page 306. Policy 2440, page 306. This is just about summer programs. And item E says may also choose to implement summer remediation or enhancement programs contingent upon board approval. I just want to make sure that encompasses what we're doing right now with current summer school, is that considered an enhancement program or is that considered something else?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask on that. Just wanted to make sure we were covered on what we were doing. And then the last item that I had, let me figure out why I had this one marked. It had something to do with instructional materials, but I don't know what this was, why I marked it. I'm on page 319, policy 2521, but I'm not certain why I had it marked. Instructional materials. Frankly, I don't know why I had it marked, so I'm good with that. I didn't underline what I did. Did anybody else have anything else in section 2000 that we didn't talk about? Okay.
Chair Cummings, if I may, I have just a question for this group, and I will send editing errors, concerns to you directly, Terry. On pages 275, which is 2340, and 248, very specifically, it talks about a specific form, which we believe to be NEOLA forms.
Yes.
The question I have is, we don't have those forms, so does that change in number?
Make those available to you. We can
Okay,
certainly get those for you.
okay.
It's only suggested. There's no, I mean, that's just a district preference. If you want to use our form, maybe you have one you have now that you just want
We
to.
have some, I just didn't want there to be something in policy that is not a form that anyone here can reference.
So then, do we need to
You
look
can-
at their form and our form and see if they're similar, or do we need to use theirs, or do we need to
If you're
put
happy-
ours into it?
If you're happy with your form, you can just renumber it to
Okay.
agree with us.
Then let me bring that back to you, because we have a form currently in place, and so I just didn't want there to be confusion in the
No
policy.
need to look at another one.
Thank you.
Is that
Good
it?
catch.
Superintendent?
I'm good with that.
All right. Let's break, guys,
Yes, we're done with 2000. Yep,
okay. We're complete with 2
Next 5,000.
5,000, uh-huh.
And we'll break till, a quarter till.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like a bottle of water?
Sure.
We're back in session with the administrative work session in regards to NEOLA policy review. So we'll continue with section 5,000. And if there's anybody that has anything.
And for Mr. Whitmer, can you detail what the 5,000 section is that we're dealing with
This
here?
is about students, the student programs, as opposed to the instructional program, which we already covered. This is the Code of Student Conduct, Discipline, entrance requirements to get into school, withdrawal from school, missing children, health services, self-administered medications, emergency medical authorization, all these things about grades and graduation requirements. No, I'm sorry, graduation requirements are in the last chapter, 2000. Grades, though, is here, grading, grade forgiveness. And then it gets into suspension, expulsion, anti-harassment, and then there's a policy on participation in extracurricular activities, 561005, and that'll be related to the one we talked about already. So
Anybody have anything in the 5,000s?
there's a policy here called Student Parent Rights, and also the Parents' Bill of Rights. That's based on the 2021 legislation. So
My first on this one is just a point of information and a point of note, frankly. Policy 5112, page 593. Policy 5112, page 593. The only reason I wanted to bring this up is because in the paragraph following item D, it does specify that identification of established conditions for children birth to 2 years of age and developmental delays of children birth to 5 years of age be in accordance with rules adopted by the State Board of Education. I know we're talking about the pre-K programs that we might be encompassing within the district, and this policy doesn't forbid that at all. But I'm just making as a point of note, I know we have talked in the past about the formerly known as the Early Intervention Program that used to be at one of our local nonprofits, and they did this, birth to 2 developmentally delayed children, and so this policy allows us to have that program. That is just a point of note, so that if we were to bring that back in some way, this policy allows us to do that. So I'm just, right now, it's not something that we currently have in Marion County, but if we wanted to bring that back, this is the policy that references that. Just a point of note, that's all I wanted to mention on that. Then my next one is policy 5120, page 597 and 598, actually. Policy 5120. This is one of those dirty dozens, just wanting to make sure that we know that as such. Policy 5120, under the, what?
No
Under
assignment to schools.
Right, student assignment, so the no assignment section, that's that discrimination statement. Just wanting to make sure that NEOLA identifies that as one of the dirty dozen, because I think,
That's the second paragraph under F, after F.
yeah, second paragraph under F, right there, no assignment to schools. So that, just to mark it, as this is one that needs that new updated statement we just worked so diligently on.
Before,
Yes.
Before you go there, in leaving your first, Superintendent, are you comfortable with the birth to 2 and having that in? Does that do anything? Does that hamper you? Does it?
No, it does not.
It's fine and legal? Do you have any issues with birth to, okay, it doesn't cause a problem? Okay, thank you.
Not for the developmentally delayed. And 30-second synopsis, the early intervention program that formerly was available, a center-based, play-based curriculum for those very early children, usually 1 to 2 years old, that were receiving speech, physical, occupational therapy, all at that very early age. And because they were able to get it in that window of time, it actually helped mainstream those children so they didn't need special education services as they got older, because they got such targeted services at that very, very early age, that really those professionals need to assist more so than the family is able to understand what needs to be done in the home.
I was just concerned about incurring an obligation
Sure.
at postnatal, just
Right.
mucho cuidado, be careful, type thing. But if they don't have a problem, I don't have a problem. It's just a window of opportunity, as you're indicating. Thank
I
you.
think more than an obligation, it just is a policy that allows us the opportunity, more than an obligation.
We're not trapped, but we can give service.
Right, absolutely, and which ultimately helps the child and in their educational
That
endeavors.
was all I had on it. I
Okay.
just didn't want it to slip past.
Sure, of course. I'm still in the same policy of 5120. There at the bottom of 597, when it talks about the parent of siblings who are assigned the same grade, et cetera. That very same statement is also on page 598 under item E, and I wonder if there's a need for that redundancy. So immediately after that no assignment paragraph where we mention the dirty dozen, and then the very next paragraph is the parent of siblings who are assigned the same grade may request that the school place them, blah, blah, blah. Then we go to the next page, assignment of attendance areas under item E.1 is the very same statement, and I just didn't know if there was a need for that redundancy. We should, in my opinion, I think you've probably gone a little too far. Let me see.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I see where it says the parent students who are assigned to the same
Right.
grade level. Okay.
So then if you scroll down, if you're looking electronically, scroll down, you'll see a bold boundaries, and then you'll see another bold assignment to attendance area.
Right.
Under that section, item E.1.
Okay.
Scroll up, keep
see it.
scrolling up. Assignment to attendance area. Okay, so scroll back down. Item E.1. DE, there you go. So there's the exact same statement that we have on the bottom, and I'm not sure where it needs to go, but I think it doesn't need to be in both locations.
My question
Or
would
also
be,
1 and 2. I'm sorry. It also has. I'm sorry. It would have 1 and 2 because 1 and 2 is also stated above, up there.
Oh, right, uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Susan.
no, my apologies,
over
Chair
here?
Cummings. My question would be, might that be because of the assignment to attendance areas speaking to residents? And that would be a question really for NEOLA. Is that the recommendation? Because it specifies as a subheading, attendance areas and residence requirements. And that's just an observation.
I think it's, probably works better under E myself, but
And I would agree with that. I think that if we were to take it from the student assignment section, I think that assignment to attendance area, that section might cover it, because we're already saying that the principal is going to assign the students. And the principal's the one that the parent's going to approach about ensuring their two students.
yeah, that's not an area, that's within the school type of assignment.
Right.
Or it
So-
could be an inter-area, though. I mean, they could move the siblings to be in the same school. So the first reference, I guess, would be to moving, no, it says a parent of siblings assigned to the same grade level and school, so it's identical, so I would take it out.
Yeah, I would take out the first one.
Yeah. Up under the very beginning of the
The student
policy,
assignment.
third paragraph, F, under F. After-
Scroll up. Oh, you're at the very top? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then scroll down. I'm sorry, I didn't see where you were.
Right there.
Third paragraph, that's,
Paragraph immediately
Right there,
after the
right
dirty
there,
dozen
right
paragraph.
you had it.
It's actually those two
Parent
paragraphs.
of siblings who are assigned.
Yeah, the parent of, scroll down,
Down.
right there, the parent of sibling.
And then this,
And that next statement as well,
and then that.
because they're below too.
Repeated.
And I'll scroll up. I mean, scroll down, I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going. And you'll see it, right there. Under E, 1 and 2, it's the same thing.
It stays correct.
That stays.
And the dirty dozen is handled
Right.
with the previous discussion.
I believe so, yes.
And we're just verifying under F, we're gonna alter that.
I changed,
Okay,
struck it.
good.
Okay.
And we're just knowing that that paragraph immediately before is our dirty dozen with our new statement.
Yes, Terry's gonna fix it as soon as we.
Perfect, thank you. I'm still in the same policy, page 599 now. Where it's talking, so this would be scrolling down, this is under reassignment to district schools out of attendance area. I'm at item F, page 599 for those of us in the book. A request to review the superintendent's decision can be made to the superintendent and shall be placed on the agenda. Do we ever have that happen, is kind of my question. Reassignment to district schools for out-of-area attendance. Does the superintendent place that item on our board agenda for student out-of-district, out-of-attendance area reassignments?
Personally, I don't think nobody's ever pushed it that far.
Okay. And that's what I was just curious. I'm like, when I read that, I'm thinking,
It's a right that they have, but they never pushed it.
I've not been made aware of any request.
I think what has happened is the staff before below the superintendent has always tried to get it resolved before it got to that level.
okay, but it is a right and probably should stay here?
It does.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I just, when I read that, I'm like, that seems
The
something.
operative word there, oh, chicken. I think the operative word there is can be made,
Right.
not shall be made.
Right.
There you go. Yes,
To change F to say can instead of shall.
yes.
It already says can.
Yeah.
It does say can.
Can be made and shall, but once it's made to the superintendent, then it says it shall be placed on the agenda. So if,
Want to say shall, or can shall?
May, how about may?
Can shall.
Point out simply that it's an option that it
Right.
can be made, not shall. It's not every parent that wants to apply for out of area has to go through the superintendent, and that's typically not the way it goes.
but with leaving the word shall be placed means that every request that does come to the superintendent then should be placed on the agenda.
Right.
And is that the way we want that to be read? Or do we want the superintendent to have the discretion and then the parent can still push that would?
I like the latter.
I would suggest the latter because a parent may bring that request to me and it may be decided by the parent that they don't want it to come to the board.
Okay.
It may be resolved at the
So
level.
then
Or
that's,
you may resolve it.
Or I may,
You may resolve it.
correct. So
so striking the word shall and making that also and can be placed on the agenda?
May.
may.
May, okay.
Be my
I'm fine
choice.
with may.
Provides that flexibility for it to be
Right.
resolved.
Correct.
Just to ensure that, that we don't,
Because it almost takes it out of your hand
right.
Right.
to resolve it.
Right. I'm in the same policy, and this is just a font size question, but I don't remember why. It looks like the font size at the bottom of that page, scrolling on down, into the item K, rescinding special assignment. And this, Terry can address it, but that, where are you? I'm trying to. Okay, we can address that later. It's a font size issue.
Can I briefly ask, if you scroll back up in this policy, it's got a section under the No Child Left Behind Act. I just want to ensure that, given the adoption of subsequent acts which subsumed others, is that still valid language we want to use?
Where at?
Going,
They've changed that language.
Rolling up.
This could be a policy that we have to update from NEOLA's updates.
Okay.
They
I
have
left behind.
changed that terminology now. It's called the
Every child succeeds.
That's it.
So it was I don't know which number it was. I just.
8.
This is on page 6.
8, so then we need to change that. Scroll down, up.
Scroll up, it's item number 8.
On page
Right
600.
there.
Yeah,
So that needs to change.
should say every child succeeds.
So that's just new, whatever the new language is.
Right.
Every child.
I'll update it.
Okay.
What is it, every child
Every child
succeeds?
succeeds.
Act, yeah.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple things on page 599, if you were done with 599.
May I make a comment about this, Paul, quickly? The way NEOLA has structured its normal templates, the controlled open enrollment piece was a separate policy, not to be confused with normal reassignment questions between the schools, because you can revoke your reassignment. You send a kid from school A to school B because of some reason, he starts misbehaving or not attending, you can revoke that and send him back to his home school. But for the controlled open enrollment, they have a right to stay there and just be disciplined at the new school. You don't revoke it. There's a special statute on it. It's significant enough. You've got to have capacity. You've got to have a process for choosing them, a window for time for applications and everything. And there was just a sentence in here about out of area, and now I can't find it.
Number B, under reassignment, is that where, it says out of area.
B, and approved out-of-area transfer is limited to
Are you in the controlled open enrollment part?
I was in the reassignment to.
reassignment to district schools.
It's the last line in that paragraph under controlled open enrollment, number 10 on page.
Will be considered out-of-area students and bound by the district's policy on out-of-area student. I'm not sure that's what that means exactly, but
Where are you at? I'm sorry.
the last sentence,
Yeah,
the last sentence under controlled open enrollment, first paragraph.
Okay. On page 601?
So one.
Okay, thank you.
600, spelling into 601.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Student it should be plural, students.
Students
On
enrollment.
controlled open enrollment placement will be considered out-of-area students and bound by the district's policy on out-of-area students, which I think goes back up here to assignment of attendance areas, and they have, if the student, it can be revoked. Well, it's at the beginning of K, rescinding special assignment. So the whole controlled open enrollment thing is number 10 under K, and the subject of K is rescinding special reassignment, which doesn't apply to controlled open enrollment. So I wonder if maybe we need to renumber it or put the controlled open enrollment out from under rescinding
Well, there is a
special.
whole separate section. Then next is eligibility for participation in controlled open enrollment. The very next section following.
That would go, that all is separate. Yeah, that's not part of being out of area. I'm just,
Well, this one is you can see at the bottom, this one is a combination of Neola and Marion.
yes,
so-
yeah, I know, we talked about it with staff a great deal, but just didn't want it to be confusing to anybody. It's kind of,
So do we want to remove the open enrollment part out of here?
it's kind of, well, that's an option, or to just separate it as a separate part of this policy, because it is a type of student reassignment, but it's very different from the regular.
Right.
It's an editing issue.
I agree. I agree. I think that the item number 10 on page 600 should not be under K, rescinding special reassignment. It's its own, if I understand you correctly, it's its own
Program, yeah, separate.
process, which is distinctly different than the other
So we
assignments.
can just edit it. We can
I
bring it back to the
believe
board.
that would be
and edit it.
clearer.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Yes.
make it its own
Make a note,
and make it bold, because it's gonna be its own section.
Yeah, I think we're gonna not waste time here to do the whole thing though.
Which gets into the next part about the eligibility for participation and all of that.
So then perhaps under the eligibility, then you
district.
have how they can be rescinded, the
Yes.
opportunity rescinded.
Yep, all that could be together.
Right. Okay.
Sure.
we could.
Okay,
That would be a way.
That is throwing it up a little bit.
Ms. Thor.
Oh, thank you. Excuse me, on page 599, and under letter H, and it reads, unless required by state or federal statute or otherwise noted, transportation will not be provided in the district in order for a student to attend a school outside his or her assigned attendance area, and I'm wondering how this fits in with our courtesy bus riders.
And if we're hindering access
Right.
district-wide, that's one of the things we talked about last week in FSBA. Are we
Right.
doing things to hinder accessibility to for student outcome?
That is addressed on, was it 601? In controlled open enrollment on 601, it speaks to that. It's under eligibility for participation, controlled open enrollment, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth little paragraph down. The district does not provide transportation to students enrolling under this policy, which is controlled open enrollment, unless required by state or federal laws. And I know that's something that we want to try to move towards providing more access, because that's our definition of equity, which is access. But it's also two different things. So moving back to page 599, regarding the courtesy riders, if that's what is in fact happening, then we've got a little
Right.
discrepancy there.
The word "not" shouldn't be quite bold and capitalized.
Right.
May.
Just something to think about. And while we're thinking about that, my second thing is under K, rescinding special reassignment, and this circles back around to our conversation about student athletes and transferring between schools. It does say here that the principal of the receiving school may initiate action to rescind a student's reassignment to that school for the following reasons: excessive absences or tardies. So we're saying right there that excessive absences or tardies are not acceptable. And if we're going to have that there, and I realize the principal has discretion that they may initiate, but I think this dovetails very nicely, not just to student athletes, but any child. You know, if they've been given the courtesy, especially of a reassignment outside their base school, they better be behaving themselves and coming to school. Because, in the end, their test scores count. That's not the reason why we should care, but that's the reality. And it affects that school's school grade, and I've seen this happen more than it should.
You said the principal may? Mm-hmm. Where is it at?
That's under K.
K what?
K number 1.
Yep, on page 599.
Okay,
Right there.
okay.
The principal
May initiate.
may initiate, right?
Also, failure to maintain grades, that's under D,
Right.
Right.
so.
So FHSAA, with students having the ability to just change schools at will, that principal has, based on this policy, the ability to actually not allow that student to
Should
enroll?
be to deny.
To deny? I mean, according to this policy, but is that, I mean, FHSAA isn't statute. I'm just trying to.
Hello.
I don't know.
If I may, Chair Cummings, I wouldn't say it was so much about failing to accept as it is to rescind, so they're in attendance and their academic performance declines,
Okay.
or behavior begins to evolve because of the change, that placement is not beneficial to the student academically and their performance. That has come up in the past. There's been a deterioration of attendance performance. I don't know if the board would like to change the language, but it really speaks more to the impact after the change has occurred rather than not accepting. Yes, correct, because that's
Rescinding after it's been, okay.
correct.
So
It's been
discretion.
an adverse impact on that child after the change has occurred.
Gotcha.
discretion at that point is helpful and would be helpful.
It would be if,
Principal and at the superintendent.
it would be if it has an adverse impact on the child's academic performance, I
Right,
would say
'cause
yes,
about the student
absolutely.
And not the principal. Right,
Right,
Student outcomes, not adult
to the outcome. Right.
yes. It's about students, it's about
Right.
student outcomes.
outcomes, not adult inputs.
Adult input.
Yes.
Can we also, Terry, while you right there, go ahead and put a space or another line under D, separate that?
Just a separation.
No, just
Go
back
back,
up.
go back up.
After grading periods,
Just hit enter
just
again.
hit enter so it'll drop it down as
There
the,
you go.
And remove
Take out the E.
oh.
Yeah,
I'll take care of the E.
Okay. Also on 3, scroll up, right there,
To remain provided.
the remain is, there you go. It's already underlined. It's already, yeah.
So back to Ms. Thrower's comment on item H. How should we address that transportation being provided by the district? Because we make those exceptions apart from state and federal statute. So should we say transportation may be provided by the district
I like that.
instead of will not?
You have to be able to cover, those who can cover that exception, the exceptions, because there are some that we have right now with them crossing major highways
Right.
and different things of such, railroad tracks.
I'm comfortable with adding the word may instead of will not.
Then you wouldn't say unless required.
Correct.
I think we should leave it because when you open that up, then we're gonna be providing transportation for for all the students, which in a perfect world we'd wanna do, but we can't do that.
And just as a point of note, there's a bill filed that changes the walking zone to a mile instead of 2 miles.
Mile and a half, mile.
Just a point of note. Certainly not law
But
yet.
but we're talking about reassignments, so probably if they're reassigned, they're not in a walking distance. They're probably outside of, maybe
Right,
I'm wrong.
right.
There might be an exception, but I don't know. Dr. Gullett, what do you think? What are your thoughts? I see.
Right. I think to your question, Ms. King, that it's under reassignment, so it's a matter of choice. And so when you think about this, I think about the funding afforded for transportation, and I hear the conversation around May, but I do think we need to be careful so that it doesn't open up the district to paying for everything that we may or may not be able to in the future be able to fund. I think we all support choice and want to provide more access, but I think it was there because of it was a choice that someone made, and if they choose differently, then they will provide their own transportation. I am concerned, and I can almost hear Miss Boston Ellis in my head saying, you know, we can't pay for it for every child to go wherever they want to go right now. We're working on those, but we also have courtesy busing quite extensively in the district that we're paying for that's not funded. So we have to work through those.
Would it be more accurate to say transportation generally will not be provided? I mean, I'm just about reflecting what's actually happening.
Right.
May not.
How does that then sync up with unless required by state or federal statute? Otherwise, no bill of transportation may not be provided. May or may not,
Not would work.
which really looks discretionary.
Scratch them both.
So,
I just think when you do that, you're opening.
Right there, you were on the page. Item H.
I think that can open this.
but we're saying that we're not providing it, and that is in caps, NOT.
Right.
And we know that we are. And that doesn't sit right.
Right. We're violating our own policy.
Thank you.
Transportation will not be provided by the district in order for a student to attend a school, except for special
Yeah. special
Circumstances.
That, and May does that. May, I think, gives you that.
I mean, you could put a parenthesis statement, parenthesis to clarify that what
Yes.
you're saying.
Approved by the superintendent.
Because there are some that we're currently doing right now, correct?
So you may,
Courtesies.
What's an example of what we're doing? Can you help me understand where students are assigned, where they're choosing to go, and then we're providing that?
NTI? Currently? All of those students that have chosen to go there are receiving transportation
But
if they want.
when I'm thinking about that as being an assignment, I'm not seeing that as, I'm seeing that as more of a, here's our school, we're open, and we're doing that in a hub. I'm not seeing like I am attending 8th Street and now I want to go to NH Jones, you know what I mean? Like, I see it being different, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think all of these concerns are probably solved with the changing it to transportation may not be provided, because that allows the discretionary fact that we do, in some instances, do it. However, we are not going to be held to a standard of requirement under our policy. We are not going to put something in the policy which requires us to do something outside of what federal and state law already does, right?
So instead of changing it to may be provided, saying may not, still keeping not in capital letters, gives us that flexibility, but still makes it sound as if we probably aren't going to be.
the superintendent has discretion, and that's
I just think it
adequate.
could be slippery with those words, because then people are going to come in and, I don't know. I'm,
I think if you put a parenthesis.
Hillcrest would be another example.
They're all special needs
That might be
kids.
required by,
That's required.
That's required by federal.
But is it required for them to go to Hillcrest?
Yes, they have to have it. It has to be, it's an IEP team decision.
Okay. If those services aren't provided on their base school campus, or,
If those services, if their level of need requires
Greater.
a more restrictive setting. It's all about least restrictive environment.
NEOLA had an option that they chose. It said, district does not provide transportation to students enrolling under this policy unless otherwise required. That was the one chosen. Or it says, subject to seating availability and after taking into account transportation needs of students currently attending district schools, district may provide transportation to students under this policy on an established bus route to and from the school to which they have been granted admission unless otherwise required by Florida state or federal statutes. So, seating availability and
will to may.
Based on what criteria, you know? I almost like what you said better, because that's more indicative of what's happening. I don't know if there's a way to copy and paste that up there somewhere so we could actually see what you just said.
so that it's not purely discretionary.
you get
but
to
we
the
have
templates,
guidelines.
it's on the template.
Yeah,
Would that be a procedural thing,
Controlled open enrollment.
policy, or?
but that's my point, is that it shouldn't be in policy if that's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
And until that changes, then I don't think it should be in there at all, really.
5121.
Right, because the policies state right now that we don't do it.
Right. So
But we
could
are
just
doing it.
Strike the whole thing.
Yeah, but we are doing
It
it.
says will not, which means
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
are
Violating
not
it
permitted.
rightly.
You're not permitted to
Not
do it.
permitted to.
right,
So we're violating policy,
Well, if
the
this,
way it reads now.
right.
my point.
We haven't adopted this, hopefully this isn't the way it reads right now. I don't know. This
And
is,
if it does, that's why we
Does it
review.
read this
Right.
way right now, Terry, do you think?
do we know if this,
Can you pull up, Terry?
or if this is a new,
Because I guarantee you it probably does.
I like Ms. Throer's comment. I like that position. Keeps it discretionary here, and then we're legal, we're correct, we're appropriate, and we have flexibility. And following our own policy.
section? I'm like, we're,
Just having to retrieve it, but it's the option 1 in 5121.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for coming. Policy review this morning. I know Ms. Jenkins was the principal at Besden and
So it's
and where else?
Option 1,
Not principal, program manager for a brief period at Howard Academy.
That's right.
School moving to being appointed principal at Pheasant.
Right. Thank you.
It's nice to see you. Welcome.
Morning.
Always a pleasure.
look, just search for word transportation.
That's a lovely welcome. Now, that's what I want to see in that statement, that welcome.
It's not in student transportation. It's the way that it's.
It's not uncontrolled, assignments?
Your cursor, just click through, push the arrows and go right through. That's it.
Student assignments.
And, right, this is what they want.
This is, they want option 2.
Yeah.
Just to confirm, we're saying you're gonna use option 2.
Well, they want to look at
Oh,
it.
you wanna look?
Yeah,
at it?
let's look at option 2.
Is it big enough?
No.
We're also wondering what our current policy says.
That's something Terry, I think, is looking at.
That's option 2 right there. Subject to seating availability.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
In my opinion, that's better than what we have.
I agree.
Or I guess the other option would be to just take it out completely, but I think it'd be better to speak to it, and at least it speaks to it. Subject to seating availability.
I like option 2.
And if I may, Chair, for clarification, really for the attorney and actually for NEOLA, if it says may, it doesn't obligate the district.
Correct.
To-
Shall or will obligate.
Okay.
Right.
Just so
May.
that we've, okay,
Now, may not
certainly.
has a
But
different meaning.
Right.
Than,
just want to be clear and confirm that it wouldn't obligate us, and so that there wouldn't be any confusion that we are expected to now be able to fund that if we are not able.
and that then becomes a decision which, within the context of policy, is made by by operations.
I think this option here gives you that discretionary, what you need. With the district may. We know we're doing it already, so. It doesn't, I don't think it ties us into having to do it.
Right. Also says subject to seating availability, which is a safety issue.
Right.
And that's important, especially in this day and age of trying to get enough drivers and everything. Sorry, I was asked to speak into the microphone a little more, which is unusual for me. Usually I can be heard, but I think it's,
Or
My
shall,
voice.
shall would require a second bus, for example,
right.
and with a single occupant, for example.
Right.
It-
That's happened, but it would mean that it would still have to be provided, and so then you got to make sure you have someone with a CDL that's qualified to drive it.
Yes,
Yes.
Terry.
Current board policy says unless required by state or federal statute and or otherwise noted below, transportation will not be provided by the district in order for a student to attend a school outside of his or her assigned attendance area.
It's the exact.
So it's the exact same,
So we are violating our current policy.
Correct. So we need.
May would correct that.
our policy.
and this would correct it.
Thank you, Terry. I told you we were violating. I knew we were
Well,
violating.
when was the last time our policies were reviewed? You know, many, many, many years ago. So,
So May would make it work.
May puts us into compliance with what we're doing.
do you think this is good, Dr. Gullett?
I do. I support it. I just wanted to be sure that it doesn't obligate us to provide it if we are not able to do so. And with vacancies and funding and all of those other factors, that's just a concern I have to raise. Certainly, I think we're all committed to trying to provide access, but don't want to obligate us.
Larry, are we switching to 2, or are we just switching that one word to may?
We're not sure yet.
What'd you say, Ms. King? You were saying something?
What I like about the option 2 is suggest you just that it gives some basis for making that decision.
Right.
Whereas if you're silent about it, it could be arbitrary.
It leaves it yeah. Go ahead, Ms. King.
At the risk of complicating one question, when we are saying subject to, and there's only 2 items we're saying it's subject to, seating availability and transportation needs of students. Are we ignoring other considerations like, budgetary needs or other needs of the district? Or are we just saying, I guess that would fall under maybe seating availability?
Right. Well, I think I'm still confused about what's happening here, because when I'm thinking, and maybe it's because I just jumped in or whatever, but I'm still thinking that out of area is different than us busing into MTI or whatever. Does that make sense? And what I'm seeing, and my concern is if we say open to seating availability to what? I'm trying to put maybe I'm just more, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why. I just want to be careful that we're not opening ourselves up to be transporting everyone everywhere, because there's a loophole. And I'm telling you, if I was a parent and I saw that, I'm going to come in and tell you why you should let me. And then when we let one, we're going to let them all. Does that make sense? As opposed, like maybe if we had case by case, like I think was mentioned somewhere or something, or we somehow separate MTI or the other. To me, they're 2 separate things happening here. And I feel like we're opening ourselves up for the school choice or out attendance. And that's my confusion and what my thoughts are.
That was my question, Ms. King, about the obligation. So I'll take an example. A student from Denellen High would like to go to North Marion High. Does this obligate us to put them on a bus to transport them?
Right, and that's where, that's my concern too, like, is that obligating us, is it opening up, and for interpretation, and then when that happens for one, then we're doing it for all, if that makes sense, because I'm
That's a valid concern.
Yes.
And I think that if I were going to, if you gave the hypothetical of a parent that comes in and says, I want this, and here's the loophole, I think the proper response, if we adopted this language, and in keeping with the concerns that you're sharing and that the superintendent is sharing, I think that my easy counter argument to that would be to say that this permits us to, by saying the district may provide transportation subject to seating availability and taking into account the transportation needs, but it doesn't in any way require us to.
I know it doesn't require us, but if it happens once, there's
Yeah,
our
sure.
example,
Yeah,
and
I-
it sets that precedence, and we're going to have to keep on, and there's not nothing
understand.
boxing that in to protect that decision being made, if that makes, am I making
You know
sense?
what it doesn't say?
What does it not?
And this is why I'm more comfortable with it, because it says, subject to seating availability and taking into account the transportation needs of the students,
Currently.
not anybody else. And
That's a good point.
and we're supposed to be programming for students.
It's not parents.
Outcomes.
Right, and then include may,
Yes.
and may allows the flexibility. That's
And it addresses budget too, because
that's right.
if there's not enough seats on the bus, then,
Or in the school.
yes, and that's,
There's also school seating availability.
right, and that's part of controlled open enrollment. This is addressing transportation specifically.
Or other judgments that we're not addressing right now, that the superintendent might know at that time.
What happens if there is seating available, but the bus isn't going that direction?
Right, and that's what I was just thinking. I was like, this is open to me, like when I'm thinking this way, like I could be like, there's plenty of seats on your buses, And that's what I'm,
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying to think how we could just be very careful with this one. And I'm not sure what the correct answer is, but I think it's something we need to, I don't know.
So do we want to table this one and think about it? Because it's a lot there.
We need to do something about our current policy.
The policy, we're violating the current policy.
So we either need to change it or take it out.
And to be honest with you, I don't,
You are providing transportation for reassigned students now to go from one school to another?
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What, are we doing that for
Dr.
reassignment?
Gullett seems to know.
I've been made aware we are not just doing reassignment, but we're doing courtesy busing. So yes, I would agree that we are not following current policy.
Okay.
We're not following the 2 miles and the hazardous transportation parameters that we've extended far beyond that.
Okay, well, that's another question. That's
assignment,
another policy.
yes.
But this one's about reassigning kids who are voluntarily choosing to go to other schools.
Right.
And you are doing that.
I believe that we are. I can't tell you how many, but I believe that we are.
Or specific school choice programs, perhaps?
isn't
I
there,
can't
isn't
say-
there, Alice, Ms. Campbell, isn't there a bus that takes kids, there used to be, that would take kids from like Maplewood to N.H. Jones? There
From
was
that
at one point.
area?
Yeah,
Dr. N.H. Jones does not have any buses. that
they used to
come
have buses that stopped on the side.
There are no buses that come to Dr. N.H.
Years ago, they did the same thing, I even think with Madison Street.
Exactly, they did.
Go from your home school,
To,
but that was many
We would
years
have a
ago.
hub.
I was gonna say we have hub stops. So we have
that's a hub.
as a rule, this is not provided, but we have hub stops that are taking them to other places. MTI is one example, but
So is that
So,
the same thing?
To me, is it the same? To me, it's like different. I guess maybe it's blurred.
Say the language.
Chair, I think the allowing is, I want to be sure that that's in there, the allowing part, rather than the blocking part. Blocking, I think, is valid, and we have to give discretion, but allowing what you do want to take place.
I think we are trying to move in that direction of providing access of choice, yes, throughout the district. So that would permitting.
As we
but-
move smoothly in that direction, may, and an earlier version, and I can't say other than just Board Member Thrower's comment, I like that one, because with the may in there, it works. And it handles current situation, and it allows for service to be rendered. And I think we can block using procedural methods within the superintendent. I'm just off the top of my head, that's
And the concern would be the obligation piece for me. Again, I don't want
the
to,
obligation.
of not the requiring and the obligation of such.
And this,
As stated, I think that the only link to an obligation would be, as Ms. King indicates, that we have a tendency as a school district, well, and in almost any governmental organization does, to, if something becomes permitted in one instance, that becomes precedent, the norm, the rule, even though we may not be required, it becomes an uphill battle to fight back and say, well, why did we allow it in this case and not that case? And which students get to be the ones who are selected for those seats, and a bunch of other issues arise. So I certainly respect that, but I don't know how to fix it. So,
I have two comments, if I may. The first sentence, subject to seating availability of taking transportation needs of, and I think it means other students who are attending their districts, their assigned district schools. That's what that means. I think, it doesn't say that, but the district may provide transportation under this policy on an established bus route.
That's what I was going to
So
get.
they're not going to be doing a new route.
This is an established one.
Yeah.
We're not going out of our way.
They might have to walk to get to that,
Or have
be
to
driven
drop
to
off
it.
at the bus stop, that you
Yeah.
have to get on this established route.
right, that's all.
So I think this covers us,
Then seating really does matter.
right?
Oh, yes.
If that's so, that covers us with what we're doing.
It also addresses hub stops because it's general enough to say, yes, there is seating availability, but you will have to get your child to a hub stop.
Right.
It doesn't mean that, you live in Fort McCoy and that we will send a bus out there to get you to, I don't know, Westport or whatever.
That's a drive.
Yeah, and well, I'm thinking it within my own family. We availed ourselves of hub stops for several years, and they were very helpful. It wasn't as far as driving all the way, but it really helped us out. And I think that, again, that just becomes a communication piece of helping parents, know that these hub stops are available, and that if you can get at least to a bus stop that's already established, then your drive is cut in half, until we get to a point where we can do full access, which would be great.
So replacing item H with this language? Are we at that point? Do we agree with that?
Because it's already says previously about established bus routes, right?
Right, yes, it does.
Okay.
Under this policy on an established bus route to and from the school. Yep.
And I got an issue with this one. And my issue is probably my issue.
Way to own it.
My issue. I don't like language whenever we put something before students. I would like for it to say, subject to the transportation needs of the students first, and then seating availability.
Oh, okay.
Well, and yeah, that's valid. And I would say, though, it says subject to seating availability and after taking into account.
So
So
it does put the
either way would
So
be,
you want the students first.
I like students first.
sure.
If we say it, students first in Marion County,
Sure.
then students needs to be first
fine
in our
with that.
policies.
So subject to taking into account the transportation needs.
Subject to the transportation needs of the students
students.
and
And
after
taking
taking
into
into
account.
account.
Right. Thank you.
Subject to the transportation needs of the students and after taking into account.
Whoa.
And
No, I need to get to the edit piece.
Oh, okay. I was like, whoa. Or can you just copy and paste it and edit it whenever you move it?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try. There's always more than one.
There's also this provision under controlled open enrollment too, so maybe want to include it there also.
yes,
Yeah, let's plan on cutting and pasting that.
So it's consistent.
Terry, can you double check and make sure that gets set? Okay.
I lost it, sorry. Am I in the right place?
Was that the only edit for this particular one? Okay, while she's,
And the control, we're going to do the controlled open enrollment edit too.
while she's doing that, we can move to your next one.
Let's see.
And we'll be in compliance.
you took care of the 8, the No Child Left Behind.
Yes.
Yes. Policy 5136, page 605 is just another one of those dirty dozen ones. I want to ensure that that is fixed. It's interesting, every time NEOLA references this, sometimes they don't include all of the language that they included in other ones. So anyway, this is item, let's see, sorry, let me get you a paragraph number. Policy 5136,
101?
5136, wireless communication devices.
Is this
Policy
on page
5136, page 605. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Where you at?
10, 11th paragraph down, the paragraph beginning, and I'm counting some sentences as paragraphs. Students may not use a WCD. Page 605.
Yeah.
605.
Page 605, paragraph 11, I guess, if you're including single sentence paragraphs. The paragraph begins, students may not use a WCD in any way, and it includes transmitting material that's threatening, obscene, disruptive, etc., based upon race, national origin, sex. Just one of those dirty, I'm going to acknowledge if I note a dirty dozen one to ensure that we also make sure we cover it, because there are times in Neola policy that they don't reference all of the terms that they reference in some of the dirty dozens, and so anyway, that's just a dirty dozen one. If y'all will just make a note of that.
Wait a minute, you lost me.
Okay?
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
How many sentences up from the bottom are you?
Yeah.
From the bottom, 1.
605.
So students may is 1, parents, guardians is 2,
Yep.
students or personally is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the bottom. Students may not use a WCD
Okay.
in any way. And item 1 mentions transmit material threatening, obscene, disruptive, sexually explicit,
Gotcha.
Okay.
harassment, disparagement based on there.
Okay, so you just want to replace it, make sure that it's consistent after
Yes.
based on with our,
Yes,
Statement.
our new dirty dozen statement. And I'll continue to reference that from time to time. In fact, I'm going to do it again on the very next policy, because each time Neola references all these, they're not consistent. So,
One question in here is, in addition to the things that we just went over, the race, national origin, all those things.
political beliefs.
Political beliefs is included
I
here.
see that. I just saw that when you started saying it.
Do we want to maintain that in this one or delete it in this one? As to how a student may
Not a protected class under the,
protect the class, but, so people.
it's something you can regulate.
So students' political beliefs? What you're talking about, students?
yeah.
Yeah, well,
Bullying and
that's in
harassment.
here, and I'm asking if we're going to say that the bullying or harassment can't be on the basis of one of those protected classes we just identified. This policy, the difference is at the end, the last one says also political beliefs.
So as a
Do we want to keep that? Well, it's not really a protected class, but do we want to keep that for what we're saying to students? They may not reasonably, harass, bully, whatever, someone on those bases. Do we want to keep political beliefs in there? I mean, it's appropriate to do so if you want to. It's a discretionary thing for you to consider.
That would be so general as to,
Sure. I mean, if someone texted, calling someone else a dirty liberal or dirty conservative or whatever the case may be,
yeah.
it could be considered
That
to
wouldn't
be,
really be bullying.
right.
Well, it might be, if there was only one on the bus, but let's just, I don't know. I think that's too broad for me.
This is from the Neola suggested language.
Right. I'm going to see if I can get to policy 5117 and see if in our bullying policy, if
That
we're,
one that we can just remove the political affiliation?
Yeah, if we remove that altogether, then it doesn't create any. You wouldn't have a situation in which a student was going to be disciplined for violating this policy on the basis of making some clearly political statement that did not include a protected class.
And it's connected to 5517.
5517.01, I know
which
that's what I was
says-
looking at.
Yes.
Do we have political?
Anti-harassment.
The question is, do we as a board believe that students potentially being harassed and or bullied based on their political preferences is something that we want to acknowledge? And say that we're forbidding bullying and or harassment based on that? That's the question.
Or interpreting the communication, because this just says you may not use the communication device. It could easily be associated with a class or a theme or any, and it wouldn't necessarily be categorized as bullying.
May I go back to and just ask, first of all, we have, it says see policy 5517.01, bullying and harassment. However, I'm wondering whether everything after this first sentence there, students may not, everything after that first sentence ending in intimidated, whether we need any of that language at all.
I would tend to agree.
Do we need any?
Because we're by expressing a number of specifics, it seems to be that even us here in this room, we're drawn to look at that list and go, well, what about, does this fit the list? Whereas I think might reasonably create in the mind of another person an impression of being threatened, humiliated, harassed, embarrassed, or intimidated. That pretty much covers a whole lot. So,
And the item number 2 there is actually covered in a previous statement. Further up in this policy that says sexting is defined and prohibited in Florida statutes and subject to discipline.
correct.
So that's already covered. So you're recommending potentially eliminating everything after, should we reference C policy 5117?
Well, and I'm wondering whether
55, excuse me.
5517 needs some work on its own, depending on what else is there. But,
Right, right, and I think that's possible.
But I don't think for the purposes of
This
this
policy.
wireless communication device policy, we need to go much beyond. Students may not use a WCD in any way that might reasonably create in the mind of another person an impression of being threatened, humiliated, harassed, embarrassed, or
Intimidated, period. Okay, I'm okay with removing all the
okay
rest
with
of that.
Ms. Thurr has a
Yes. I tend to agree, and then moving on towards the end of this statement, after all those lists, it simply says violation of this prohibition, maybe we could change it to that, shall result in disciplinary action. Furthermore, such actions will be reported to local law enforcement and child services as required by law. Definitely the piece about such actions will be reported to local law enforcement and child services as required by law needs, I would think, would need to stay in because it's the law. Open to the first part about the violation shall result.
But okay, yeah, okay.
So it would read like this: students may not use a WCD in any way that might reasonably create in the mind of another person an impression of being threatened, humiliated, harassed, embarrassed, or intimidated. Violation of these prohibitions shall result in disciplinary action. Furthermore, such actions will be reported to local law enforcement and child services as required by law.
But is every action of embarrassment subject to local law enforcement and child services?
I think you can solve that by saying in child services, where or when required by law.
Okay.
One of those phrases.
Okay,
Like that.
because obviously item number 2, sexting is going, among minors and all of that is definitely going to be a violation of law.
Right.
But, okay, yeah, we're removing all of that part.
And then doing your,
And I'm not crazy about violation of these prohibitions shall result in disciplinary action.
Will,
Disciplinary action may be,
May result.
Due process.
I mean, if it's reported and someone was embarrassed, it may not require, well, I guess even verbal counseling may be
may result in disciplinary action based on the Code of Student Conduct.
I would say, yeah, may
right, and that's
result in
the way the
disciplinary
language
action.
reads earlier, is subject to discipline based on the Code of Student Conduct. So is subject to discipline?
Yeah, or may result in disciplinary action. I mean, that's up to you. Obviously.
Well, we don't want it to be that arbitrary. It needs to be
Okay.
based on something.
Right,
Violation of these prohibitions,
is subject to discipline based on the Code of
Yes.
Student Conduct?
agreed.
So shall is gone.
Right, actually, all the way to the end of that sentence is gone.
Is
And we're
subject
replacing
to
it.
disciplinary action.
Yeah, subject to discipline based on the Code of Student Conduct.
That removes the shall.
Yes,
Yes, excellent.
and instead it says is subject, if you're typing while I'm talking.
I can support that.
Of these prohibitions.
Where your cursor is, just, if you'll start typing, is subject to discipline based on the Code of Student Conduct.
You want to say discipline or disciplinary action?
Disciplinary action, I think, is appropriate.
Is it disciplinary action instead of discipline? Okay.
Guys, we're gonna take a
Instead of
hard-
just the
we're
word
gonna take a hard
discipline,
stop and-
modify that to say disciplinary action.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, let's see how many more we can get through
For lunch.
that. Okay.
Disciplinary action.
Okay, I thought there was a.
And we're leaving, and we need to change the, when required by law, or as,
Furthermore, such actions will be reported to local law enforcement and child services when required by
when
law.
required by law? good with that. Y'all good with that? Good with that. The very next policy, 5136.01, page 606 is another one of those dirty dozen ones. It also encompasses political beliefs, so I think that we're trying to 5136.01, page 606. This is the paragraph immediately following letter E. Students are prohibited from using technology resources and other equipment, and it, again, says that, see policy 51.7, the exact same language that we just had, number 5136.01.
Fifty-one thirty-six.
5136.01. That's the one immediately below the one you're on right now. There you go. So it's the paragraph immediately following item E. It's just one of those dirty dozen ones, and we just need to ensure that we have the language the way we want it to be there. Students are prohibited from using technology resources, a camera, other electronic equipment to transmit material that's threatening, obscene, disruptive, sexually explicit. How do we want to address this one? Is it the same as the one we just did, or is this different? Technology, this is actually going to be school technology versus the wireless communication device. So the previous policies on wireless, this is if you're using your Chromebook that's assigned by the school. So do we want the language to be the same? This one includes the send, share, view, possess pictures, text messages, emails. It encompasses.
About the part where it says after the one that's in parentheses.
This thing is all over the place.
Yep,
I know.
print material.
Because here in sex, it includes transgender, identity, sexual orientation. And the other ones, it was not.
Right.
But we also shortened it up on the other one to say that may reasonably construed as harassment. The only thing that's not there is embarrassment. Harassment, embarrassment, or disparagement of others. Period.
And this one says political beliefs, the other one says political affiliations.
Right.
Right. But we took all that out and just said
Right.
disparagement of others, right?
I want to make sure we have it clean however we want it to look, but
Some of this, okay, and it does say that furthermore, such actions will be reported to local law enforcement. And child services is required by law. I mean, do we want to describe all those things? Because, well, was it really obscene? Was it really disruptive? Was it, we're going right back down that trail.
so I wonder if we just replace the majority of this paragraph with the same language that we just adapted. I just want to ensure that that language on sexting is also in this policy like it was in the previous one, and I don't know that it is. You know how
Because it was sexting was up above. in
it
the
was
other
up
one.
above in the previous policy, but it's not in this one, I don't think. So we have to incorporate that somehow.
In order to sext, I think it requires, well, not necessarily a wireless communication device,
Right.
because it could be an internet, well,
It's not as clean as just copying and pasting because there's some language in the other policy that isn't in this one. So if we were to, in this paragraph, if we were to go and keep the first sentence, students are prohibited from using technology resources and other electronic equipment or devices in a manner that may be physically harmful to another person. Example, shining a laser in the eyes of another student. Further, at no time may any technology resources or other electronic equipment device be utilized, and then we go over to the language, let's see,
Might reasonably create,
yes,
threaten, humiliate, harass, embarrass, or intimidate, period. That's all the same as the other one.
period, right. And then we eliminate all of that section But we have to somehow also incorporate into this technology resources that item number 2, send, share, view, or possess pictures of a sexual nature, because that is not, I don't think, incorporated anywhere else in this policy.
Well, you can say students are also prohibited from, and then sending.
Right. I'm okay with that.
As a new sentence.
Right. Number 2, turning in number 2 into a new sentence and replacing all of that C policy, blah, 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 with the previous language we just adopted.
So I'm taking out C policy all the way to,
Number 2. And taking out the actual number also. And then we're replacing that with the previous, did we have a paragraph, or we didn't have that?
statement from 5136.
Right, and or maybe it just ended at
Do it
intimidated.
at lunch.
Yeah, but we are adding, students are also prohibited from, I think.
Or may not.
May not, thank you. Students may not.
Well, and it sounds like she's gonna wordsmith it during lunch,
Should
and then we'll
not,
be able
or
to really
shall
see
not.
it.
It's like, we
Sorry,
better
shall
not
not.
do that.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Shall not.
Thou shalt not.
Yes,
Yeah.
shall not send, okay, in electronic or any other form, violation shall result, I think that will, but
Will.
or,
Yeah.
or shall, or
Will.
will result in will.
Yeah, again, you could go back to is subject to, is that,
Or the student code of conduct.
well, is sexting within our student code of conduct?
I think so.
It should be,
Yeah,
Right.
it is.
Yes, it is.
okay.
Violation of these prohibitions is subject to disciplinary action
Based on our-
based on the code of student conduct. Same.
And then that way it's consistent.
From 136.
Right.
Terry and I'll get together at lunch.
Okay,
Okay.
good deal.
All right, guys.
Is that a hard stop?
We're stopping.
Okay, I'm done with that policy so we're good.
All right, we're gonna recess for lunch, guys.
Okay.
It's 12:30.
We'll get together for a few minutes.
Okay.
And that does not have to be a wireless device.
Correct.
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 One set of policies is specific to wireless, one set of policies is specific to any other electronic computers.
And I just went to,
Or even
I just went
non-electronic.
to Florida site, and it
said
says
cameras.
technology. I mean, it
Technology,
did
yeah,
the
just-
definition,
it doesn't have to be
including social
electronic.
media, just references broadly.
Right, digital media.
Yeah, it's pretty broad.
What time are we
That keeps
reconvening?
changing. I mean, those keeps, I mean, it just, when
1 o'clock?
Facebook's not used,
12:30.
use Facebook anymore, they use Instagram, they use TikTok, they use
12:30, hopefully.
12:30, okay. So,
Turning out to tell you to eat.
We're back in session with the administrative review for the yellow policy review. Let's continue.
We left off, I think the last policy we had discussed, if I'm correct, was 5136. And we were proceeding from there, so.
My next question is in policy 5200, which I think is maybe the very next policy. Actually on page 609, so this is going to be item E under attendance. So policy 5200, page 609. I'm just curious to know of the terms, and this is just unbeknownst to me, so this possibly is a question for Dr. Gullett or those of you who've been in education for a long time. Child study team, is that what we call that group? If it is, great. That would just I hadn't heard that term
Yes,
before.
it is.
Okay.
Group that convenes to address needs of the student.
Okay, perfect. Also in the same policy, the very last paragraph of the same policy, so this is on page 611, does address that habitual truancy. And I was interested in knowing, I know at one point, I know I've referenced the term truancy court, but I know that there had been kind of a change countywide at one point that we weren't actually having some of those individuals with habitual truancy going before law enforcement or, a judge or anything. And so I was just curious to know if there's anything. This is specific to informing highway safety and motor vehicles, I guess, so that they get their license pulled and that sort of thing. I just didn't know if there was anything else in that habitual truancy section that we needed to incorporate, include, or take away. That's my only question on that.
So I can speak to that and say that as to truancy petitions, the superintendent's authorized to file truancy petitions, may choose to or may choose not to. What we've typically done and what we have started doing again under my tenure as school board attorney was to, we had a period of time in which there was some, it's largely driven by the court, and the court determines which cases it's going to pay attention to and not. And so we had, over the last year, taken our worst cases first, and that was especially with changes in the judiciary over there, in order to ensure that they were setting the proper tone, that we weren't just coming and complaining about every child truancy issue, but it was the more severe first, because and then we play catch up on the remainder. So we have had several truancy hearings and are continuing with the filing truancy petitions.
Okay.
In doing so. But I think everything within the policy here is pretty much in keeping with what we do and what we need to do.
Okay, very good.
Yes, agree. We've had a conversation about that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then my next question is on policy 5320, page 618, actually. Did anybody have anything before that? Policy 5320, page 618. So looking immediately after item E under immunization, it references the school nurse is responsible for follow-up of each student. And knowing that we don't have school nurses on every campus, I didn't know if we needed to somehow say the school nurse or his or her designee or something else, a nurse assistant, or we don't have school nurses on every campus.
Or
So
how about the principal's designee?
Right.
okay, that's fine. I just, any reference to a school nurse in a comprehensive policy gives me a little concern because we don't have school nurses on every campus.
HCA's.
Okay. So then let me. Parent-child objects.
They're not employed by the school board? Or are they?
They're under contract.
We have a contract with the Department of Health for nurses.
So
They're
school,
employed by the Department of Health, probably.
Yes, that group are, yes. Not all of our employees,
then
yes.
what should that say instead of the school nurse? And you were right on the correct section. So it's immediately after E. That sentence reads, the school nurse is responsible for follow-up. So what should that read?
I wonder what our practices are at the schools. Like,
We have different people running.
Is
the
it,
clinic.
it could be a clerk, like whoever's going over it. So maybe we should just say
Designee.
maybe a designate, because it might be different in every school. Truthfully, it may be a
principal?
nurse. I don't even know if it would be a principal that would be looking at
But
that.
the principal's a
column.
designee.
Yeah, I like
Right.
principals designee.
Yeah, there we go.
Because it could be the clerk that day, it could be the receptionist that day, it could be any number of people.
Yeah.
So it needs to be whomever the principal designates.
The word
that
principal
day.
is defined as including a designee, so you could just say the principal,
Principal.
or you could say designee.
I would prefer that we use either school nurse or principal, depending on which is more appropriate, than doing a designee because of the fact that that can change and that doesn't give any positive control over who's in control of the plane at that time, you know? So, it makes sure that we've got a person who is going to be responsible. A named person rather than, oh, I told so-and-so to do it.
So if you say that the principal is responsible for follow-up of each student, does that give the principal the authority to designate someone?
Yes, our definition in
Okay.
NEOLA policy is that
I'm good with that.
Yes.
designee.
And I would say that this is consistent with how we look at things in a school level anyway. The principal is responsible for the operations of that school.
Are you good with that, Superintendent?
Being. I'm sorry?
Are you good with that?
Yes, that's why I'm saying I think principal makes the most sense because it's consistent with the expectation of the principal leading their school and being responsible for the operations and
Right.
In
student needs.
addition to the
I
nurse,
prefer it, but it's not required either.
Principal, just the principal. The principal is consistent with other language that we use to say they're responsible, and whomever they choose to delegate to is at their discretion.
Thank you.
It could be the nurse.
And it could be the nurse or it could be someone else, but that is up to the principal ultimately.
there's always going to be a principal.
Right, and that's,
Ain't the grass, man.
Just as a point of note, I'm on policy 5410, and I know we just approved our district student progression plan, page 628. And if you guys had something before that, please let me know. But
What's the
page-
policy number again?
5410, student progression. Item B does specify subject matter acceleration that could result in a student attending a different school. And just as a point of emphasis, I'm not certain how often we're doing that necessarily. I know whole grade promotion and mid-year promotion, but subject matter acceleration, especially at certain grade levels, I don't know that is resulting in a student attending a different school.
What if they had a gifted program?
If they do we have that happening, right? I mean, we can leave it in policy,
Oh,
but
yeah, a school, they may not have enough students for a whole gifted program. And so say you're at Hammett Bowen and then you might on Tuesdays bus your gifted to
okay.
another school.
Yeah, I know, okay, I get
Or
that.
we used to, I don't know if we do that.
Yeah.
Are we still
or
doing?
or advanced classes that you don't have sufficient numbers to fund it at one school, they could be permitted to go to another school.
Okay.
It could be
Okay, that was just kind of a point of question.
based virtual. Yep.
And then the same thing with the very next policy, the 5410.01, 3 paragraphs from the bottom, talking about students retained in 3rd grade due to reading deficiency, page 631, shall be promoted mid-year. It was just kind of a question if we are doing that. If a student is retained, again, page 631, policy 5410.01, 3 paragraphs from the bottom. Student who's been retained in 3rd grade due to reading deficiencies shall be promoted mid-year if the student has demonstrated mastery. Are we doing that? Like promoting mid-year for
Yes,
3rd?
mid-year promotions
Okay.
are available, absolutely.
Okay, for those 3rd grade that were deficient and possibly are no
Yes,
longer deficient?
yes.
Okay, as long as, I just want to make sure that
No,
we're.
absolutely, and all of this language is rooted in the mandatory retention for 3rd grade.
Okay.
So those provisions have changed since the beginning of that process, but yes, that is an available option, absolutely.
Okay, very good. Next, and please stop me if you guys have something else, but next one I have is 5420, page 632. Page 632, the sentence just above item A on annual report to parents regarding student progress. The board will annually publish on the official district website and in the local newspaper the following information. So I know that we have articles often written about this information, but are we, policy 5420, reporting student progress. We're under the section annual report to parents regarding student progress. The sentence immediately above item A, publishing in the local newspaper. Are we putting paid advertisements in our local newspaper that includes the school grade, the grade and number and percentage of students retained in kindergarten? Are we doing this? I don't know that we are, and I just want to check on that. Because that's a cost, obviously, to the district to publish that information in a, almost like we have to publish the budget, obviously, that's something we do have to do. We have to publish all of our meeting notices. But this is saying that we're annually publishing in the local newspaper student progression plan, number and percentages of students that are retained, number and students of performing at level 1 and level 2. I don't know that we're doing that, and so I just...
We always make available data, but I agree with the question about the publication in the local paper. Is that in the statute that's required?
That's what I was about to ask. If that's not a statutory requirement, why are we even
Right.
having it there?
Oh,
It is, there's a statute, 10825. It says, each district board must annually publish on the district website and in the local newspaper the following information on the prior school year, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, well,
What statute is that?
it's
108.25.
Is that it by itself, though? Because, sorry, Chair.
right.
Because in that final sentence, it's prefaced by, parents will also be notified of reading deficiency issues as required by that statute. And does that statute, does it relate specifically to parents being notified of reading deficiency issues? Or does it also encompass all of the other provisions, A through E?
Right, which we issue to students. They receive a written document per that statute that notifies them of deficiencies according to that grade level and those standards.
I've never, maybe we have, but I've never seen the district publish in the newspaper this information.
1008.25 9A, annual report. In addition to the requirements of paragraph 5C, each district school board must annually report to the parent, and it goes on to outline those things. And then it says under B, each district school board must annually publish on the district website and in the local newspaper the following information on the prior school year. And that's the provision of the section related to public school student progression and district board's policies and procedures on student retention and promotion. By grade, the number and percentage of all students in grades 3 through 10 performing at levels 1 and 2 on the statewide standardized English language arts assessment. And by grade, the number and percentage of all students retained in kindergarten through grade 10. So it does list those.
So is that like the district report
Statute.
card that we give to the newspaper?
1008.259B.
Giving it to them is different than publishing it.
I get what you're
Because
saying.
we pay for it if we
Right.
Because, I mean, the way Ms. Boston Ellis has to put an ad in the
Right.
paper specific to the budget.
From the school board.
Right. The way this reads to me is that we have to do the same thing on our school report card.
We can't rely on what portions of information we give them they may or may not publish.
Right.
Because the publication requirement is on us.
Right.
Right.
We just give it to Joe as a courtesy. He can publish bits and pieces or not
Right.
at all, so.
Question
And-
is, the
yeah.
question is too, also, with newspapers going away, traditional newspapers being going away, do we need to state that it has to be, whether it's digital, whatever, and now we have 2 newspapers in our area as well, so.
I think it's, Until statute changes, we have to still keep it newspaper.
Well, it says each district school board must annually publish on the district website and in the local newspaper. And as far as which one, I know for sunshine law advertisements and things like that, it's generally the largest public.
One that has the largest circulation?
Yes, that's.
That could be the one on top of the world. I'm serious. I'm being very serious.
I hear you.
It could be the one on top of the world. It could be the one by the villages, whichever one has the largest circulation. So do we as a board state which newspaper we're going to publish it in for our policy, or how do we do it?
There is actually, I'd have to look it up. I don't have that information, but we do, since it's not really a consideration for what we put in here, it's just a matter of what we do. I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
But where we are is that there are specifically with advertisement by radio and newspaper, there are some specific guidelines that tell us which one we can't bury it in the Citra Gazette, know.
Right. But that's why I asked, because some people will find the loophole and say, well, we did publish it. Where did you publish it? We never saw it in No Color Star. We saw it in the Citra Gazette.
Right.
Well, who's the circulation of that? So I think as a board, we do need to say which one.
I think the bylaws list, don't they say where the publication is made? I think it does.
Well, it's partially that there's an old requirement things be published in the Florida Administrative Register, but then as a substitute for that, we can publish it in a newspaper as long as the newspaper meets certain criteria. And I know that we have analyzed that in the past when we are deciding where to advertise. So I'll make sure that
So you can get back with us on that part.
But regardless, the policy is,
I'm sorry, Chair Cummings, the truth and millage, which is very specific to the advertisement, is consistent with what we do with the largest paper.
Right.
So I would suggest that maybe we follow that, because that's what we do with truth and millage, which is
Or take bids and take
language
the
in the
lowest
statute.
bid.
Chair Cummings. Yeah, and I agree, the largest is circulation. And I've been through that in past years with the commission in terms of whether it has to be paid, free, what is the circulation, that type of thing, in order to a stewardship issue with dollars. At one point, we were, I think, $500,000 just countywide here.
When we announce for board meetings and we publish, who do we publish with for that?
the Ocala Star Banner.
Our banner.
Okay, so I would just say, I would suggest that it be consistent with who we regularly publish with.
And the criteria we use for that, because that will change.
Don't worry about it.
Which is also what we're doing for the budgetary requirements.
Bound by it, yeah.
Consistency.
I don't think they have the largest anymore.
Something to keep an eye on.
Competition for that
Leave it out there.
is a big deal.
And we'll let Mr. Powers figure out what we should do.
So the point of the policy is, this is a policy that we need to certainly be following. And I'm not certain that we have in the past all these different items that are, and I wanted to ensure that in the local newspaper was actually a part of statute, so, okay. The next policy I have question about is 5430, so I'm not sure, and that's page 636. And the question is, this is class rank, and the sentence just above item A says the superintendent will develop procedures for computation of grade point averages and assignment of class rank. I know that different high schools in this district calculate their valedictorian differently, and so I'm curious to know how this policy impacts what's currently being done in our high schools. I mean, you will establish procedures, so I'm curious to know how those procedures may vary based on the school, because at this juncture, my understanding is that we have a few high schools. Well, we have some high schools that have 17 valedictorians and some that only have one. And they do that on a couple of different ways, so I just wanted to ensure that this policy doesn't have us actually making that decision. It has you making the decision as the superintendent to put those procedures in place. But the procedures must ensure the fairly average makeup course, all of the things that are written there, so.
Yes, Vice Chair Campbell, and as a reminder, it may or may not be helpful, that superintendent means designee as well.
Okay.
So that may answer your first question, or
Okay.
comment about it being different from school to school, because superintendent is designee.
Okay.
So it is written such that it provides the opportunity for schools to develop their criteria.
Okay.
That's why different high schools.
That's why you have, and that's not uncommon for that to occur in districts.
So,
Does it make it not worthy of a conversation, which I can tell you we've had that conversation already in my time here, but that is something that typically comes up, is some inconsistency from school to school. Top 20, valedictorian, a lot of those, yes.
so I got a question, and I'm same policy. So what's the reasoning for the 2 consecutive school years? What is the reasoning behind that? If they're transferred within school districts, within the same school district, where it says no student will be eligible for valedictorian, salutatorian honors unless they have been enrolled for 2 consecutive school years at the current enrolled school prior to the final semester utilized for purposes. So if I live in Dunellen and then we move to Ocala, same school district, grades haven't changed, what would be the difference? I mean, what's that for?
That's a local decision. That's a local decision. It's not governed by state law.
Right.
I'm just asking.
That can change. Again, I can tell you that, having been a principal for years and work with principals, there's concern on the part of school leaders, of students that have moved, and somebody has worked really hard at that school and they were set up in their class rank to be valedictorian. Someone moves in at the last minute and suddenly they're the valedictorian. And they have not been, perhaps they've come from a different district, a different state. They've not been exposed to the same criteria and generated the rigorous nature of their work. And so that becomes an issue with students. I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm certainly, I think this is something that we had in practice before. I don't think we've changed this. But it is, I certainly understand the question.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I understand the rigorous criteria. So I may be at school A and had classes or teachers that may have been a little bit more lenient on me, and then I may have been at school B where teachers were very rigorous and different standards. And then if somebody, I mean, I see both points, but I don't know, I'm comfortable that a student has to be at a school for a while, with that set of standards and everything.
I just wanted to know.
No, that makes sense, because it jumped out at me too, and I was like, But
I definitely can see it. I definitely see it coming from a different school district. And I probably could even see it if they were coming from a school that had like a specialized program, like a ACE program or IB or something like that. But when you kind of within the same, if you got two schools in the same district, both have IB programs, and one transfers over, and that's what kind of threw me. That was the question. Nothing that needs to be changed. That's just a question.
It is interesting. My next question is policy 5460.
While they're pulling that one up, I can tell you that under 1001.372, public notice shall consist of publication in a newspaper of general circulation in the county, or in each county where there's no newspaper of general circulation, announcement over a radio station whose signal is generally received in the county. So I think that we are pretty open, but it has to be general circulation. Can't be circulation within a subset or subsection of the county.
Like a suburb,
Right.
like a neighborhood.
Right. Like on Top of the World or Villages or the Citra, yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
Marion
for
said it.
clarification, there is no Citra Gazette.
No, I was just making that up. That's right.
I think there needs to be a citrus.
So.
Where were you at, Ms. Campbell?
Policy 5460, page 639, actually. So there's two different questions here. I am under section, online course requirement, there's just a reference here to the Florida State Assessment, which hasn't gone away yet, but potentially will be. But there's also a designation under scholar designation under high school diploma, number 1, when the state transitions to Common Core assessments. Is that still accurate language? Under ELA right there, when the state transitions to Common Core assessments. Is Common Core still, I don't think that's still accurate language. I think Common Core,
Use Florida standards.
right.
Correct.
So that, when the state transitions to Florida standards, or what is the language? Florida standards?
Florida standards. And so this, I think, is going to need quite a bit of updating. We talked about this when it was coming through, that, I don't know,
Especially after this upcoming legislative session, this one could need a lot of work.
agree, and I think this one's been, I don't know when it was last updated, but it's been a while, because we had this conversation.
This part is consistent with the current NEOLA.
Right, and that's.
But it has, I know this policy has been updated since,
Okay,
so it will be coming back.
okay.
Because,
Okay.
you're,
Yeah,
go ahead,
it's
you
been
were just
updated.
saying about the,
No, I was saying, I'm
But
glad to
it's-
hear that
that's
Neil
part of
was
it.
gonna update it, because
Right. We had quite an extended conversation about the need for this to be updated in many different areas.
Okay, good.
And
Those were
it
just
was
the
gonna
two
need to
that I
come back.
pointed out. I have one more
Yes.
that's actually a Marion specific, I think, question, which is at the very, very end, last, God bless you.
Bless you.
Very, very end, last paragraph about commencement exercises. That, the very last paragraph of this same policy, referencing commencement exercises.
641.
Page 641, for those of us looking at that. I'm curious, the very last statement about a student may be denied participation in this when personal conduct so warrants. I just wanted to ensure that that the way this is worded doesn't alter what we as a board decided to do for students who are in alternative placement settings for graduation.
oh, they still get their, graduation, it just may not be at their
But
base
this,
school.
this section is about commencement exercises, actually participating in commencement exercises.
May,
May be denied. Okay,
May.
okay.
Am I reading it right, y'all?
That's a conduct issue, not a placement issue, I don't think. I mean,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't violating what we had already done, but I can agree with that.
I think the word may keep us
Okay?
where we are.
They go out and commit a felony the night before graduation, then they likely won't be marching. They'll still get their diploma if they earned it. That's what it says right above it.
Right.
but I think Allison's saying that they should be able to walk, right?
I mean, I'm asking that, but I think that saying that the student may be denied participation, I think that gives us the leniency if we were to approve them to do so.
Well, I thought we were still allowing them to walk. They just may not walk with their school. They may be walking at CERMI or walking at wherever else, but
I don't believe that's what this board determined.
do they have a graduation at CERMI? I thought they did.
They do. I believe they do.
Yeah,
You know, I don't know the answer to that, Chair
I
Cummings.
think they do.
I don't know, but I will find out.
Because I was under the
know.
impression, and maybe I'm mistaken, that was some time ago, but
I'll have to check.
we had that conversation at length about those alternatively placed seniors being able to walk with their graduating class.
That is true, we did, because the board voted to have it. Right?
My recollection.
Not,
Again, we've got the May,
right.
so.
So I'm moving on to policy 5463, page 643. Policy 5463, page 643.
From other school.
And I'm on the credits from other schools. The second paragraph says the principal shall determine whether or not a transfer student will be required to take appropriate statewide standardized end-of-course assessment. Is that the principal's discretion? Second paragraph, credits from other schools. is that the principal is going to determine whether or not a transfer student will be required to take those EOCs, or is that somebody else's discretion?
Chair Cummings? I think it goes deeper than that, because it says further in the paragraph that it's not quite that arbitrary, because the principal shall use the criteria established in state board rule to make such determination. So they don't
Doesn't
just get to
solely-
arbitrarily decide.
It doesn't sit solely on the principal.
Right.
The principal has that criteria to use. See you.
We serve many masters.
And are we comfortable with the principal being the word there? And
Yeah, I am, and I can tell you that, for example, what I think about, we often think about in-state transfer, but you could have someone coming from another country where their assessments and their criteria has to be evaluated to determine that they have met criteria that is consistent with ours by state rule. And so it would be appropriate that the principal or designee and analyzes that per our requirements.
Okay, very good. I was gonna ask a question about our dress and grooming policy, but I don't think I'm going to.
Please.
Policy 5511, you want me to ask a question about it? Page 649. Dress and grooming becomes, while we have it also in our student code of conduct, and while each individual school has their own set of dress and grooming guidelines, I'm interested in understanding how we are leaving this open to interpretation. I have been in schools where I would deem, this is my own perspective, in a classroom setting, a particular student's dress would be such a distraction to me as the educator before the students. I can't imagine how that dress is not also interfering with the students. Maybe they've just tuned it out so often. But I'm interested in the materially interfering with schoolwork, creating disorder, or disrupting the educational program. And I wonder if having an appearance that is such a distraction to your educator who is in front of the students is also taken into consideration in this policy. And I want to ensure that we do that. Again, I've been in front of students quite a bit over the course of the last several months, and I can recall a couple of instances where a student's dress was so distracting to me as the person standing up in front of that student classroom that I can't imagine how it hasn't been a distraction to that teacher.
For example,
I really don't want to elaborate. The hair, the makeup, the overall appearance, just being so. I don't know. I don't want to elaborate, because the more I elaborate, the more it will potentially call out the scenario.
gotcha.
May I give a potential?
Please.
This is fictional, hasn't happened. Student decides to show up to school wearing essentially a costume, which is not not in any way. I mean, it's not normal wear. It's I don't know. It's a painted face and a dog outfit,
Right.
except I mean, dressed as a horse. I don't know, whatever my case might be, something ridiculous. But let's say that somebody does something like that. Is that something that we are going to say it's part of their? I think if that's along the lines of what I'm hearing you say. If we go to an absurd things first and back up from there, if a student does such things, are we saying, well, we recognize the right to express their individuality, and that's, or is that a distraction, and whose decision is it, and all that stuff? So there you go. Throw it out there.
I'm trying.
Toss it up and fight
I'm
over it.
trying to reel it in for me. So, Kiss, the movie, the group.
There you go.
Yes.
The kid came
There
in.
you go.
Perfect, good, yes.
Okay.
Dating ourselves.
With that, I just told y'all how old I am.
Me too.
I tell you I knew about Kiss. Anyway, so,
Keep in mind, your board attorney might show up to the next board meeting.
come on with it.
Full Kiss outfit, you know, boots and all.
Star Child. Put the star. So that would be. I could see how that could be.
A distraction, especially to the person before the class. And this is a very similar scenario to what I've witnessed. So I'm just,
Right. I got.
where we leave this up to school discretion and trying to ensure that we're not discriminating against any student's expression, we have also allowed things to occur like that in my opinion are disrupting education for the students. And perhaps that's just an observation that I've made in a classroom, but I'm interested in hearing if there's a way that we can help this policy be a little stronger.
Chair, if I may, Attorney Powers, I think there's some case law that really has guided this, correct, with disruption and distraction.
That is true, and typically, it's there are some fine lines because the fact is that we can't when we have what represents a material distraction. Students don't leave their constitutional rights at the door of the schoolhouse. We all heard that, but at the same time, schools do have a considerable amount of leeway to regulate things that we interpret to be a distraction or to disrupt the educational program, so long as it can be justified. And if there's what we have to presume is that anything that we choose not to regulate could well be taken to an extreme, whether we regulate it or not. And if it is taken to such extreme, then do we have a policy which sort of stands in the place of it getting to that, so that then we have to be reactionary, or proactively can we prohibit in advance? I would say that in general, yes, we can prohibit in advance a large number of things, up to and including school uniforms. So it's based on our policy. More often than not, school districts get in trouble because they don't follow their policy, and they have a policy in place, but then they allow things to go materially beyond it, or they regulate things that fall short of their policy. So,
Star.
Well, I would say that there's an alphabet for a reason. It starts by saying that the superintendent shall develop administrative procedures to implement this policy, which A, designate the principal as the arbiter, yes. But then, as we go down the alphabet, B, invite the participation of staff, parents, students in the preparation of a dress code. C, encourage staff members to demonstrate by example. And then D, ensure that all rules implementing this policy impose only minimum and necessary restrictions on this exercise of the student's taste and individuality. And that does vary school by school, very much so. You know, there are elementary schools that have uniform policies. There's Westport High School that is very culturally fine arts oriented, very theatrical. You see a much broader range. So I would say we need to be treading pretty lightly on this, because if we're going to take away or quote unquote strengthen anything from on high, then are we really talking about going in a direction of, is it going to be all or nothing? You know, is it going to be across the board? I don't care if you're 6 or 16. You're going to wear a dark shirt, khaki pants, you know. It's pretty hard to do more than what we've stated here, in my opinion.
I would agree. And B, we do those meetings yearly. In fact, board member Cummings was present, and I was present during, and I think also the superintendent present during those, the participation for preparation of dress code policies. And there was a very healthy and rigorous discussion with the public regarding those.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right.
I told you I wasn't going to bring it up. So, okay, I'm good. We can move on.
Well, y'all know I'm very conservative when it comes to certain dress and stuff like that. So I had some pet peeves with that, but we can move on.
so my next question, or it's not really a question, it's just a point of note about a dirty dozen, is on policy 5517. 5517, this is that general policy statement on anti-harassment, page 656. The second paragraph is that general statement on the anti-harassment. The information also appears on page 657. So this is under the bullying section, under definitions, where bullying rises to the level of unlawful harassment when one or more persons systematically, chronically inflict physical hurt or psychological distress on students or employees. Bullying is based upon, and there's that list again, but it's a different list. If you look at NEOLA, that's a little bit different list than what the list was on the first page. So anti-harassment and bullying, I think the list should be the same, I think. Do we agree with that? With the new Dirty Dozen statement that we've created? Because again, it's just interesting to see how the, let's see, or even if we just say the protected classes there on that section under bullying, under definitions. I'm not sure how you all feel about that.
We have it, it's moved into.
The dirty dozen.
Yeah. That's probably under.
It's just another one of those that I'm ensuring that we classify as dirty dozen, that we know the statement needs to be addressed in that second paragraph on the first page of that. But then under the bullying definitions, just ensuring that we have that, I guess, based upon the same list.
Chair Cummings?
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, because it does say, at least as a jumping off point, that these are characteristics that are protected by federal civil rights laws. So I would think that that would lend itself to making sure that they're mentioned. My question leads to anything more broad. We know that bullying is an issue everywhere these days. So anything, in my opinion, that we can do to make it very clear that that type of behavior will not be tolerated. And not be tolerated, I mean, it will be addressed, hopefully proactively initially. And that goes into more procedural, I'm sure. So in this case, I would want personally to make sure that we're over-defining rather than under-defining, because.
So putting that same language we just worked so diligently on in both of those sections of this policy, I believe. And then I'm still in the same policy, page 658 now. So this is going to be under sexual harassment. Let's see, under sexual harassment, immediately after item C. This is something that we talked about on our previous day. Sexual harassment may involve the behavior of a person of either gender. And that's, I think it's either sex is what we need to say instead of either gender.
We had this exact conversation.
It is.
On the,
Isn't that what we did before?
Yes.
Either sex against a
Needed
person of the same or
duplicate that.
opposite sex? Okay, so that change just needs to be made here as well.
Gosh, I wish we could just say sexual harassment may involve the behavior of anybody. You know? I'm not sure why it has to be confined to sex or gender.
Right.
Well, because then it just
it
becomes
was-
harassment.
And I can tell you
Sexual
that
harassment
that
is
sprung out of some cases in which there was a male-on-male sexual harassment, and the argument by the perpetrator was that it couldn't be sexual harassment because it was males that were harassing other males, and it was joking behavior that would be intolerable if it were male to female. So And that was, that went all the way up to, I believe, if not a state Supreme Court, it may have gone up to the U.S. Supreme Court. So I think that's the genesis of why you see some of these phrases that say it can be,
That's,
again, anybody to anybody is really the proper language. Yeah.
but what she's changed here isn't, I don't think what we want. I think we wanted to say sexual harassment may involve the behavior of a person of either sex against a person of the same or another sex. Isn't that what we wanted to do instead of gender?
That's what the board decided at our last,
Yes, so it's not the way that you've changed it there, I'm
Pull
sorry.
this up from the review, so this is how we all left it last time. So how are you wanting it now?
So we didn't,
No, this, I just pulled this.
sure,
up.
right. Okay. Chair Cummings, I'm not certain that's what the intent of what we were trying to do.
No, I don't think so.
I think so if we didn't fix this before, I thought the intent was of a person of either sex against a person of the same or opposite sex.
That's what I remember.
Right. Yeah.
Which would be any,
Agree with
wouldn't it?
that? Right.
yes.
So it's,
Okay.
you want either?
Either, yes, either stays, and just, we're
Either
changing
what?
the word gender.
Either sex, not gender, yeah.
Right, it's either sex.
I'll put it back, but I just need to,
Right.
this way, either. And you want sex?
Sex instead of gender, yes.
Speak to sex. So what is it?
Okay.
Against
Cross out gender.
Person of the same,
Gender needs to be deleted.
I marked it,
Okay.
backspaced it.
Against a person of the same or another sex.
Yes. Same or another.
Or just any sex.
Yeah, just say any sex, of any sex.
Or opposite sex is still fine.
right, either one.
What
Same or opposite is fine too. It's however you want to do that. And get rid of same or another.
Sexual harassment may involve the behavior of anyone as described below.
Yep.
It's fleshed out, so
Yeah,
to speak.
anyone.
Okay.
That covers all genders, all sexes, all, because there's so many out there. I keep feeling like we're
Yeah, I'm okay
we're
with
trying to make
anyone.
it two. We're trying to make it
Involve the
B.
behavior of anyone. I'm okay with that because we spell out sexual harassment below.
Exactly. I think that whoever did this and did a great job of truly defining the behaviors.
So it's anyone against anyone.
That's it. If a
Because
Martian
it
comes down
actually-
from the moon, you can,
sexual harassment.
May involve the behavior of anyone against anyone. Does that do what we want it to do?
I think one of the reasons why I feel strongly about this is because, there is such dissension in society about what is
Right,
all that stuff.
right.
So let's just talk about the behaviors, things that you can observe as done by anyone, towards anyone. I don't care who they are,
But does that become too broad?
maybe.
Because sexual harassment would seem to require a sex,
No.
a starting point, and then behavior that would be appropriate in some circumstance is inappropriate in this circumstance. It just seemed that's, at some point you must draw a line.
Anybody could do sexual harassment to anyone, male or female, male to female, female to female, dog to cat, whatever it is still going to be sexual harassment, anyone to anyone. Yes, sir.
Therefore, let me ask whether we should just simply delete that entire
Yeah.
sentence that says sexual harassment may involve, and then it goes on to underneath that, it describes the conduct. So we don't, we achieve what Ms. Thrower is indicating by simply eliminating that phrase that was intended to say any gender toward any gender and all that. Eliminate that phrase altogether, sexual harassment may involve the behavior of blank, and simply go straight to prohibited acts are as follows. Boom.
Criteria, which is appropriate.
Fine,
Right. I can go with that.
however we can.
is being
Yes. Is that what the board's consensus is on that?
Fine with that.
I think there's more, that captures more
Right,
what we're trying to capture.
fine with that. Let's see, still in the same policy. Where was I? Still in the same policy, because this one is super long. Page 659, under reports and complaints of harassing conduct.
We had another dirty dozen paragraph up there at number 2.
Oh, sorry.
Under number 1, general policy statement, the board will vigorously enforce its prohibition against discriminatory harassment on the basis of, and there's that,
Second paragraph.
yep.
I'll fix it.
So
up
we'll
on
need
this
to
meeting. I've got a list.
stick our
Oh, that's
same.
that's the first one I pointed out.
Okay, all right,
So
got it.
that's the very beginning of the policy.
I understand, okay.
Page 1 of the policy. Then we addressed page 2 of the policy that also needs that fixed. We just fixed page 3 of the policy. Now I'm on page 4 of the policy, which is now under reports and complaints of harassing conduct, which is the paragraph immediately above the word compliance officers, is now another one of those that needs to ensure the language is moved. So after cyber harassment, after keep going, after religious, after national origin, after disability, after pregnancy.
But it still needs to be updated to the.
It's the very next paragraph after the one on the screen. That's another one that needs to be fixed. Because it says in accordance with policy 5517.01 for bullying. This is just another one of those dirty dozen. It's like, I just want to make sure that it's corrected in every location.
I'm gonna do like a shift for race and then I'll fix them.
Perfect. Okay.
Terry, also typo in after if, during an investigation of reported act, of a reported act.
Okay, I'm finished with that policy. If you guys are.
Can you fix that
Yeah,
for the A?
which one was it?
Under the paragraph that's up on the screen right now, if, comma, during an investigation of a reported act. It needs to have an A before the reported.
No.
No,
Nope.
no, before reported.
A, got it.
Next policy 5517.01 is that bullying and harassment policy that was referenced.
Yep.
Page 665.
Policy number, I'm sorry.
5517.01, it's the very next policy. 665. I just was curious, this is the second paragraph after item D. Shall be involved in the review of this policy
551701.
pursuant to state law. District students, parents, teachers, administrators, et cetera, shall be involved in the review of this policy. So after a revised policy has been adopted, it shall be submitted to the FDOE not later than September 30th. This potentially goes to the question that I had of Mr. Whitmer back when we first met. We don't have a policy in our policies that say how often we review our policies. And so this one is very specific to how this specific policy on bullying and harassment is reviewed and how it needs to be submitted to DOE.
Right.
And I'm, in a way, I'm curious to know how we've been compliant with this for the years that we haven't been reviewing this policy, but maybe we have been, and maybe I'm just,
It's at least every 3 years, right?
that's what this says, but I don't know that we've been doing that. I'm not sure if this is, if we submit if this is a part of the student code of conduct, do we submit that to DOE page 665?
Well, I would tell you that when the NEOLA has updates, that is a review process, because it'll come back to you for the updated policy. So you're reviewing it. And this policy, in my experience, has been renewed at least every 3 years.
Okay.
So,
But is that statute that it does have to be sent to DOE not later than September 30th? And if it is statute, how have we been meeting that requirement?
I think,
Kind of a procedure question in a way.
I'm not sure if it's in the model policy from DOE or in the statute. I have to look that up.
Okay.
From Chair, from my recollection, when this was first put into place, 2013 or so, it was because of responding sort of reactively to things that had been happening, and to have that 3 years was to force the attention to keep being brought back to it. Does that sound about right, Mr. Whitmer?
Right.
We-
and
we
it was a
didn't
new- It was a new policy, and they
Yes.
wanted to make sure everybody saw it.
Yes.
I'm not sure I can find the answer to your question, but I will get it for you.
Well, I mean, that's fine. I just, it's kind of just a district procedural question. If this is statute, then this is something that has to be done every year that we need, or potentially at least every 3 years. And I'm knowing that this review of our policies has been going on since 2018 with no real movement on some of them. I just want to ensure that we know that that's something we're going to need to do.
It is in statute for every 3 years.
Okay. So,
It's, I'll give you, it's 1006.147.
So it should have happened in 2019 if the revised model policy was 2013, and my math is right. It would have been 16 and then 19. Yeah, and here we are, 21.
right. So, just a point of note.
22 would be the next.
Same policy, just another dirty dozen. Let's see, I don't even know how to tell you where it is. It's page 668 for those of us following along in our pages, but it's going to be under the bold statement of procedure for investigation. So if you're scrolling down to procedure of investigation, it's after letter L. So, but Terry said she's going to find all of them, so I just had them marked so we would make sure we knew that they were there. And yeah, there's another one also in this policy. So we can move on if Terry's just going to correct all those. We'll be good. Perfect. So I'm good with that policy if you guys didn't have anything else there. Let me see what my question was on this one.
What page, Allison?
Policy 5610. This is dealing with removal, out of school suspension, disciplinary placement. Page 684, for those of us following along that way. Out of school suspension from school or suspension from riding school bus. This is the last, almost last paragraph of that section. When the board action on a recommendation for the expulsion of a student is pending, the superintendent may extend the suspension assigned by the principal beyond 10 school days if such suspension expires before the next regular or special meeting of the board. I think I think that says exactly what has been happening. I just wanted to ensure that it is the superintendent, or I guess it's, or his or her designee, I guess is the way that probably reads. Extending those suspensions, because we know that based on the most recent expulsion dialogue we had, they've been extended much past 10 days. Kind of just a point of note there, I guess.
Can you read that one, that second paragraph again?
Did you find it? Oh, do you see?
I'm looking at it. I'm just, after 45 days, I'm just kind of having, maybe I'm not reading this right, where it says the principal shall, read that out loud. Maybe I need to hear somebody else read it, because
Oh, I'm sorry, which part are you on? 45 days is?
disciplinary reassignment.
Oh, okay. Disciplinary reassignment is the temporary removal of students from all classes of instruction on regular public school grounds and school-sponsored activities for a minimum of 45 days.
Makes sense.
Principal shall fully support the authority of his or her teachers and school bus drivers, etc.
That's where shall. What if the principal doesn't agree with what the teacher is doing? I thought the principal has the final authority, well, not the final authority, but am I reading this wrong or something?
make it statute, well, I don't know, I guess it just depends, but I know there is some statute in there to protect the, the teachers. but
Are y'all seeing what I'm reading? It, how it reads, it just doesn't sound right.
It sounds, I think,
A great question. I'm looking to Neola and to Attorney Powers. My recollection of the last statute update allowed for, permitted for the teacher to do that, to make that declaration. And isn't that correct? That was an update. Correct. They can revoke, right, they can ask for the removal of the student from their classroom.
They can invoke their right,
Is that,
yeah.
is that what this is about, though? That's
That's not that's what it's about, though. That's the teacher invoking their right to have that kid removed from their class, right?
the first part of the policy is called removal from class, and that's what the teacher has a right to refer them to the office, and they have a right to refuse to let them come back. May remove from class the student whose behavior determines interferes. I'm not aware of the 45-day limit on that, but they have a process that they have a placement review committee, not including that teacher, and that's all up above in the first part of the policy. First is referral and then is removal. What this is talking about, I think, is where they move the child to a different kind of school, a different setting completely.
So the difference.
Alternative placement.
Removal and
That's
reassignment.
alternative placement.
Yeah, I think that's what this means, but I don't know where the 45-day thing came in, I don't know.
do we change, do we need?
I know it's in the ESE area,
I want to see
so they may have borrowed it from there.
where's this, is this coming from under some statute or what? I'm not really clear on this one.
Disciplinary reassignment. I think that's a Marion County thing. I don't see it in the NEOLA template.
It doesn't have Marion at the end, so I'm not sure.
I've lost it and I've got to find it again. 45. Under disciplinary reassignment for a minimum of 45 days.
So, Chair Cummings, your question is the minimum of 45 days, or your question is that the principal is supporting the authority of the teacher? Or both? You said both? Okay, I kind of agree with both questions.
And Chair, I'm checking on the statute on the reassignment for the 45 days, and we've had that conversation about the allocation of days with regard to alternative placements specifically. That's been Marion County's practice, but I'm going to find out. I'm looking into, yes, the other.
And I'm doing the same. We've got an email that we have intermittent issues with our internet at the moment, so I can't get through.
Yeah, they're working on it.
If you want to get on my hotspot.
I'll keep trying here.
I do think that's a Marion County provision about the 45 days.
The alternative placement is indeed, and I can tell you
Yeah.
that's been our conversation of, yes, our interpretation.
Thank you.
Would be willing to revisit that, I
Yes.
believe. Is that what we're, yeah,
Please, we need to
revisiting
mark
that?
that, Terry.
Yes,
So we'll pull
Yes.
this one for further review.
Please. Because on the last page of that same policy, I also have a question about if the person who receives the application for reentry is the Director of Student Services. If that is the title of the person who receives that, it's right there at the very bottom of the screen right now. If application requirements, so we are
Same page?
actually very last page of this, just above the denial
I
of
see it.
admission, where it's, I'm just questioning if the application for early return is submitted to the Director of Student Services, if that's the title. And that's a Dr. Golick question.
sorry, I'm still.
That's okay.
checking the number of the others so the folks can check on that.
That's fine. a student is doing an early reentry, if that application is returned and submitted to the Director of Student Services.
That would be Ms. Livinggood, wasn't
So
it?
that,
Student services no longer exist.
that's what I thought.
That is correct, and that was actually on my list.
Good.
What is it called now?
Director of Curriculum and Instruction?
Right,
Right.
it falls under the curriculum instruction and digital learning.
Right.
Yes.
And that's Ms.
It's all
Livinggood.
secondary, it's
That's
all
Ms. Livinggood,
embedded in
right?
secondary. Yes, that's correct.
Because last time it was the area superintendent for secondary that came before us, but I don't know if it goes to someone.
Area superintendent supervises that person, so they're all embedded together. Yes, there's a hierarchy there.
So, I'm sorry, that the change, there was a change that needed to be made, but we're just revisiting that one.
Question though, is that Stephen Ayers?
No.
No.
No,
No.
that's Danielle Livingood.
The title Director of Student Services no longer exists.
No.
Okay.
So it's Director of Curriculum and Instruction. It's Miss Daniel Livingood.
And as we've discussed previously in our reviews, I'd prefer for titles to be left out if possible, because then you don't have to come back and revisit the policy.
So is it an office that it needs to go to then? Because right now it says the application for early return shall be submitted to the Director of Student Services. Should it be to the office of whatever?
Could we just say superintendent, because it's designate to be consistent?
Okay, perfect.
To the superintendent.
And the automatic designee.
Right,
Yes.
perfect.
I know where the wording came from, not the 45 minutes, but I know where that wording came from the principal. If we look at statute 1006.08, number one
What is it?
parenthesis.
I'm sorry. Got it. 100.
I'm sorry, 106.08. And it will, in there, basically it says the superintendent, each district school superintendent shall fully support the authority of his or her principals, teachers, and school bus drivers to remove the disobedient, disrespectful. Basically what this says is statute.
So it's just copy.
So that's what that is, but they used principal, but it makes sense because the principal is the superintendent's designee. So that is statute, and that's why that is in there with the question you asked.
Okay.
I don't know about the 45-day one. I can just keep looking.
I'm not sure about that either. I was trying to pull that up, and they're checking, so. I do know that we've had operationally quite a bit of conversation over the 45 days.
Okay.
Just because the difference between alternative placement and expulsions. And so from a standpoint of the Code of Student Conduct, we're having that conversation.
Okay.
What's the difference? So it's related to this. It's not precisely this, but it's related to this.
Good. So we'll be looking at that policy again.
Yes. Could be wise to do that.
Next one for me is policy 5610.02. This is page 688. It's a point of question, really. 5610.02. It lists in the second sentence there, in-school discipline, this is page 688, includes detention, Saturday school. Do we have Saturday school in this district?
The answer is yes. Some schools may elect to do Saturday school.
Okay.
It's not required, but some schools do
Perfect.
engage in Saturday school.
As you know, there have been a few where NEOLA has something written in the policy that we don't, and so I'm just asking. My next one is 5610.05. This is that extracurricular activities. Perhaps we are going to page 690, I'm sorry, if we incorporate attendance into participation in extracurricular activities as well. Maybe if this policy also had something to do with, because this one isn't specific to athletics, this one is specific to all extracurricular activities. And so I'm interested in ensuring that we possibly incorporate attendance and maybe even GPA into the extracurricular activities, but specifically attendance. As you're looking at that for additional information, Dr. Gullett, as we talked about attendance. I know that we've talked a lot about student athletes, scholar athletes, and specifically the FHSAA. But my interpretation is it doesn't need to be athlete-specific, that we need to ensure that we're encompassing all students participating in extracurricular activities, that we're holding them all to the same standard, is the thought that I have. I don't know how you all feel about that, but I don't think it needs to be athlete alone.
So is it the request of the board to bring back 5610.05, and is there preference to language to be included there, something you would like us to review with regard to that?
I'm interested in seeing how you come back with the attendance requirement, or what we're wanting to put forth as far as an attendance recommendation or requirement, and possibly incorporating that same language here.
Okay.
Is what I would see. But I'm until we know what that language looks like, I think we can probably have the conversation once we see it. And obviously, the Code of Student Conduct includes a lot of this. Student athletes are subject to the Athletic Code of Conduct, but this also is just in addition to, I feel like extracurricular doesn't necessarily just say athletics.
Yeah, it could be chess club.
Right. Anything.
Be anything.
Okay. Policy 5630.01. If anybody, does anybody have anything before that? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
As far as the, like chess club as an example, things like that, and I'm thinking about access. As these are being reviewed on the operational side, there are some kids that is going to be their key to success. And while they may be struggling, academically and behaviorally, it can be a game changer and a life changer for a kid to actually have opportunity. And even if it's on a trial basis, to participate in some things that are their passion, but they haven't been able to participate because we've been overly strict. And if we want to put students first and have kids have the full, well-rounded experience, I'll just put that out there as a cautionary tale. The last thing we want to do is make a kid feel like they don't have a place.
I would concur with that, absolutely. It's an educational opportunity, and of all things we want to withhold is not an educational opportunity for is a discipline.
Right, an educational opportunity that's working, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So, absolutely.
Successful.
Doesn't even fall in the realm of punishment.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are standards that they can be held to later once they, are invested in it and really see that that's something that they want to do, but sometimes that's a little bit of a process, and to give them that opportunity to experience it and say, okay, for this to continue, then you're going to need to, up your game. Just something to consider.
I think it's a great point, Board Member Thrower, and I would also say, as a cautionary tale, that we have to be consistent with the language around access to extended learning opportunities. Because if we begin to restrict those, then we are not abiding by the law for those students to access what's considered a learning opportunity.
It would violate the Thrower principle of more access.
I think there's some, again, case law on that with regard to how we define access to learning. So we have to be cautious about that.
So I'm next on page 696, policy 5630.01. Is the third page of this policy, so it's about midway down for those of you following along online, which would be under the documentation and reporting section. Under item H, below number 6.
Where are you at, Ms. Campbell? I'm sorry.
Okay, under documentation
What
and
page?
reporting,
What page?
I'm on page 696.
Okay.
under item 6, H6, under that. This says that reasonable efforts must also be taken to notify the parent or guardian by telephone or computer email or both. I'm not incredibly comfortable with the you were right at, I think you were at it. Documentation and reporting. Hang on. Yep, go down just a bit. Just a bit. Down just a bit. Under H,
A bit more.
under item 6, keep going. Right there, that paragraph.
Allison,
Yes.
at a glance, this whole section needs to be revised because seclusion is no longer legal. So before we go to 6, I felt like it was important to make sure everyone was aware of that. So in other words, you can still, within very certain parameters, restrain a student with a disability, but just as of last year,
This one has been
seclusion is-
updated by NEOLA, so.
Okay.
Okay, so is the whole
Yeah.
policy pulled then? It's not even a policy any longer?
I'd suggest, we'll just give you the updated policy.
You can still use restraint, but not seclusion.
Right. Well, as long as this is incorporated, my question was, so I just want to make sure that in the new policy that this is the way it's worded. I don't want it to say, this is my recommendation, reasonable efforts must be taken to notify the parent or guardian by telephone or computer email. I don't want there to be an option that we can just email the parent and think they're going to get that information. Yes, we need to make every effort to ensure that the parent, I would have an and there instead of an or. Just ensure, because again, if we can't get them by phone, absolutely send an email and a phone call, something, but to ensure that we're not just leaving this up to an email that the person might not get. So that was my issue, and whether or not that's in the new policy, I don't know.
Would it be and or?
I don't want and or. I don't want the option of just ensuring that the person just gets an email. I want it to be both.
If you put by telephone and computer email, so you want to make a phone call and send a email?
Yes,
So you're saying both?
I would prefer it that way.
And perhaps text, there's,
All
what
reasonable
we're trying to do is communicate.
I prefer all
And-
reasonable effort.
And I agree with Board Member Campbell on the idea of more is better than less.
I recently had this arise in another staff question that was asked of me, and I think that the conclusion we came to in that particular instance was that we were gonna just talk about all reasonable efforts, and then we would document the district's, they have a requirement that we document the district's attempts.
Okay.
So I think that provides the accountability layer.
You know what, I almost wonder if we're restraining a student, and I hate to put more work on our social workers, but I almost wonder if they could somehow, if we can't get in contact with that parent, after, because that happens. You can't get hold of them, and yet you're restraining a student. I wonder if that could be as one of those things also, to send a social work out there too, to be like, hey, this has happened, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Terry, what do you?
Just for clarity, so, because it does say it already in that sentence, reasonable efforts must also be taken to notify the parent or guardian by telephone or computer email or both. And these efforts must be documented. So it's already saying, if you didn't get them by phone, then you.
Do that.
If our procedure says start with phone, then go to email, then if that's our procedure, I'm fine with that. But when you have the word or, you can have a staff person just try to send an email real quick instead of trying to find the phone number.
I'm just saying, if you're having me change the word or to and, then we need to do something with the or both.
Right, and
At
just
the
take that
end,
out
you
too.
take that out.
Right, but if Attorney Powers is saying that we actually have a procedure that we're about to adopt that's different than this, I'm fine with whatever the new procedure is. Whatever reasonable effort becomes,
Just put all reasonable effort.
right.
And to Board Member King's point, mailbox is full. There's just in reality, a lot of things take place. I like that idea that it's a possibility, especially going through procedures. That's, because this is a pretty exceptional case, to the individuals involved.
When you put, thank you, Mr. Brown. I think when you say all, because we're not responsible if phone numbers have changed, email addresses aren't good, mailboxes are full. We just put all reasonable efforts. We're covering every base that we can, and then we notate.
Right.
I sent it to this email address, I called this phone number.
Right.
And if the parent comes back and says something different, we have our documentation. This is what we did. And obviously you didn't update us on something different.
We give license to that extra effort.
Right.
We
Right.
just give opportunity there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thorne.
Vice Chair King, what you shared is very important as far as the involvement of the social worker when it's needed, because again, if you move on to page 697, the next page, at the top, the second paragraph, it goes on to say that the school shall also provide parent or guardian with a completed incident report in writing by mail within 3 school days after a student with a disability was either manually, physically restrained, and I'm not even going to say secluded. And you would think that if a situation escalated to the point where a student had to be restrained, that it would be very unusual circumstances for a school to wait 3 days to notify. So this is where the social worker can really be a very critical piece of the communication chain, including the bus driver, if the kid rides the bus. And if they're being restrained, unless it's just a very unusual situation, they probably are on a special transportation situation where they're getting picked up door to door and the driver knows the family, so they can drop off that envelope that day and hand it right to the person that's meeting the bus. So there's lots of ways to do it. And Board Member Browning, you're absolutely right. This is a very unique, very individualized situation, and hopefully occurs very seldom. We've done a really good job reducing our restraints and seclusions in this district. And just as a reminder, this is all pertaining to kids with special needs and IEPs. And if a student is having this level of behavior, they should also have a behavior intervention plan, which would outline procedures and interventions that would keep it from escalating to this point, where anyone would have to be physically held down. That's pretty brutal.
And also for the record, we did say that this whole policy right now is not good because it still includes seclusion, secluded. Okay, so, yes, sir.
Powers has
Yes, sir.
Recently, in communication with the Office of Civil Rights, one of the things we came up with as a statement of potential policy was the district will notify parents verbally within the same school day when a student has a restraint or seclusion incident at school. The district will follow up with a written notification to the student's parent or guardian within 3 school days, along with a description of the event. So, will notify parents verbally within the same school day, or will make all reasonable efforts to notify parents verbally within the same school day, ensures that we're getting that phone contact, not an email being sent, and then we'll follow up with written notification, also takes care of the other part of it. So it may be possible that we simply cannot contact a parent verbally on the same day. So we can, I think what we came up with as our final on that was the district will make all reasonable efforts the district will make and document all reasonable efforts to notify parents verbally within the same school day when a student has a restraint or seclusion incident at school. And then we'll follow up with written notification within 3 school days. So those, just throwing it out there, that was something that was in a recent discussion with the Office of Civil Rights. So I think that you can pick or choose any of that language which you wish if it helps.
Oh, it's pretty good.
And if it's going to be verbal, if it's going to be verbal, then it would really need to be documented, right, preferably on a not a cocktail napkin,
Right.
on a form.
Type of log or form or something?
Yes,
Absolutely,
official type form.
absolutely.
So is this a policy that we have to come back to once they update it?
Yeah, there's a ton in here. Yep.
I'm looking next at 5710, page 699. This is a short one.
6710?
5710. It's a short policy. It references procedures established by the district for students to make complaints. Was just curious if we already have a procedure in place for that, or if that's a NEOLA procedure. The last paragraph there, board or its employees will hear the complaints of the students of this district, provided that such complaints are made according to the procedures established by the district. And I didn't know if we had procedures in place, or if that's a NEOLA procedure that we need to seek.
Vice Chair Campbell, I do not believe we have any procedures in place.
Okay?
There is a policy, 9,000s, about complaints, and that would be where you could put it if you wanted to.
Okay.
Right.
Just the way that last paragraph or last sentence is written, it ensures that that students do have the ability to somehow complain to the board. And we need to, if we're gonna have it in policy, we need to make sure we have the procedure in place for how that needs to happen.
And as we discovered in our extended conversations around policy review, we identified a number of areas that need procedures.
Okay.
So as soon as this is completed, that's our work. Actually, we're already working on some of those as we
And,
speak.
Chair? Yes, and especially immediately in front of the student, so that you can defuse these things early, especially, relating to bullying or any harassment, any issues like that. The quicker, the better, and the more appropriate, and the less the power is drawn off the bully, when, in fact, equality can reign quickly. Time is of an essence.
My next question is 5771, page 704. I don't know if anybody had something before that. 5771, page 704, both the second and 3, 4, 5, 6th paragraph both reference lockers.
Many schools don't have them.
5771, page 704, that we're providing storage spaces, including desks and lockers. We have very, very limited locker room space, or that we're offering lockers. We don't do that to all students, so I don't know if we need to remove the name lock or the word lockers in both of those locations. I do know we have locker rooms for athletes, but I'm not certain that they actually do leave anything in lockers. I don't think we allow locks on lockers. So I'm just questioning in this policy if we need to remove lockers altogether.
My opinion would be that we should not, because of the fact that in the situations in which we do provide lockers for whether athletic purposes or whatever it might be, the thrust of this is search and seizure.
Right.
So it's indicating that any spaces that we're providing for in-school storage of student possessions remain the property of the board and are subject to search upon reasonable suspicion. So it's, if there's any incidents in which we provide lockers, storage space, or any other kind of storage space, then I think that in order for us to be able to search it upon reasonable suspicion, we need to be able to say that maintains that's
Should we
still
change
ours.
the word and to or then, including desks or lockers? Because if we use the word and, does it imply that we have lockers for our students?
Chair Cummings?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Just a point here. They are actually an important part of architecture often, and can come in and go out of service, and actually do exist, but maybe out of service. So you wouldn't want to be, dealing with that, like taking them out, or they could be brought in, they could be taken out, and they are I can think of some schools where it's actually part of the architecture,
Of
so.
course, we have,
so
we
we
have
just want to leave them.
hallways upon hallway of
Yes,
lockers that are not in use in every school. in
Could
the
be, and they do have locks on them.
But
and
the
they're
intent of the district, I believe, is to never use those lockers again.
Likely, unless all of a sudden we wanted, but it's part of the architecture, that's what I meant. We might stumble into a non-performance situation, if we said take them out. That was my point.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm just questioning if we,
I think, yeah, leaving it there.
I agree, because it is the architecture. You never ever know, and I hate to block us into something.
Yeah,
So I agree with,
leaving it there.
and that's fine. I'm just, again, my question now is if we change the word "and," so including desks or lockers, do we want to have the word "or"?
Just put EG.
We have all spaces.
I would be more comfortable with what Ms. Thrower just said, something like e.g., desks and lockers.
Okay.
And one of the reasons for that is there's a Latin principle of statutory construction, expressio unis, exclusio alterius. If you express one, you exclude all others. So if we say desks and lockers, or desks or lockers, we're excluding every other possible storage space. So
Right.
I would,
Fine.
yeah, storage spaces,
Sure,
e.g. desks and lockers.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I would say so.
And while,
Or including but not limited to is the way
Ah.
people often do it instead of e.g.
Yeah.
and while we're there, fourth paragraph. Once you get that. The search of a student's personal or intimate personal belongings shall be conducted by a person of the student's gender in the presence of another staff member of the same gender, and only in exceptional circumstances.
I know what you're saying.
We got an issue there.
Any sex?
Yep, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think so.
I'll bite and throw out a potential difficulty
Okay,
for the board to consider now rather than considering later. You have a student who is transgender who is born male and identifies as female, or is born female and identifies as male. Who searches that student?
Exactly. That's the issue with this, that's the issue with this
Right.
statement.
Right, so using the word gender, just changing it to sex doesn't fix that.
No.
Because if you've got a person born male who now identifies as female, and who searches that student?
Superintendent?
Well,
not the super.
Not the superintendent.
we had extended conversation about this as a team to prevent any harm to anyone or challenging situation, to make sure that our students were comfortable with somebody who was going to search them. So I looked to the attorney and the board on the language, but we did have quite a bit of conversation about this one.
And whatever policy decision we want to make on that is fine, but I just want to include that changing from gender to sex doesn't fix that potential problem. How it's
No.
addressed is something that is going to be a conversation more than a change of a word. Right, it's procedure, right?
So we fix it in the policy and we leave it up to you in the procedure.
No, no.
I don't know that
We make the big bucks.
is going to be something that's going to protect our interest,
No.
Okay.
correct?
So is there case law is it anything about that yet? Case law about that particular question at all
My
yet?
knowledge.
Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there have been lawsuits and cases regarding it, but I know of no appellate case law which has spoken specifically to that.
Correct. Because that's an easy lawsuit. A person say, you just violated me if they're a male, born a male, but they present now as a female, and we bring a male in to search him. We just violated him, her, whatever it is, whatever that person is identifying as, we just violated their rights.
What does law enforcement do?
Law enforcement uses based on what they were,
biological sex.
right, born as. Am I right, attorney?
To my knowledge, that is correct.
That's what we did when I was in.
And in fact, even with incarceration, though they may be separated, it's
Unless they have started a procedure and gone so far, they still were, yeah.
Okay, start with that base and move forward. Perhaps we go there and not plow new ground until it's done some other way. And is there a way of putting consent in there without asking for too much permission when they could just say no?
I think one of the things that we have to be aware of, and this is just for board consideration, even where a person of the same sex is searching, a teacher, for example, or principal of the same sex, is conducting a search of an individual of the same sex, that search, the biological sex, that search should still be limited to, appropriateness. It's probably not as invasive as a law enforcement search.
Correct.
But it might include a pat down or something like that. Now, this board has said in the past that we don't want a male teacher patting down a female student or vice versa. So I understand that. But keeping in mind that the type of search we're talking about should be a relatively non-invasive search in all circumstances, or it should be turned over to law enforcement to handle.
Yeah, I like that.
So now that doesn't address the situation in which there might be a pat down, or there might be a, hey, you need to, lift up your shirt to see whether you're carrying something there, but
Sometimes in the real day-to-day of a school setting, a person that would be most appropriate is absent on quarantine, not available. There's a little bit of a sense of urgency. So would it be appropriate then to involve the SRO, and if that person is not the appropriate person, to get someone from law enforcement to come by and find a way to make sure that the student is being appropriately supervised and supported until that person shows up? I think that when you get in a hurry in these situations, with the immediacy of the school day and everything else that's going on, that's when mistakes happen.
I agree, Board Member Thrower, and as for items that have come before this board previously, those items that we've discussed, the situations, we have stated that every effort will be made to ensure that personnel that need to be in that room are there, and to take the time to do that. And it does not have to be within that building. So it could be somebody close by at another school, another administrator, could be another officer. So we've stated that needs to happen. The due diligence needs to be there to make sure we're affording them the right person to be there.
And it's protecting
To think more broadly, to protect the staff and the
Yes,
students.
and from them
Absolutely.
being put in a situation where then they're, on the front page of the paper with the most circulation.
Correct. Absolutely.
Hence, it moves into procedure.
Yes.
Yes, and we're prepared for that. We've had that.
So where we at with this? Because y'all haven't moved off that block yet. So,
We're still in the locker.
Sex, change gender to sex,
uh,
or not?
I think that if I had to take a stab at wording this, I would say, search of a student's person or intimate personal belongings shall be conducted. Now let's stop there for a moment and say, only in exceptional circumstances when the health or safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened.
Right.
That ignores the gender and sex question, but the first statement now is saying that we're only going to search a student's person or intimate personal belongings in exceptional circumstances when the health or safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened. Now, the next statement we can make then may be a statement that says, any such search shall be conducted by appropriate school personnel as outlined by procedures or
Where we
or
put
as-
it back.
Right, well, no, I mean, at that point then,
would be good.
We need to create.
so,
yeah, that's still kind of, I mean, it kind of addresses, but still leaves too much vagueness.
sure, but if we want, what I think the first statement I believe needs to be that these searches of person or intimate personal belongings are only in exceptional circumstances where health or safety is immediately threatened.
Okay, so.
Next step,
Stop right there. Only for health or safety?
well, that's what it says here anyway. So I'm saying,
So we're only searching if it's health or safety. So would we search for a vape pen?
That's health or safety.
Not necessarily.
not necessarily, you're right. But what I'm saying is this policy that we were so focused on sex, gender, we completely ignored that section of this policy.
Right.
Where it's saying that we're only going to search person or intimate personal belongings in certain specific limited circumstances. A, what are those limited circumstances? B, the next step, we need to get into who are the appropriate personnel to do so. Is it even district personnel, or does it need to be SROs, or?
And if it's SROs, are we importing another situation by bringing in an SRO
And is the
versus it being school staff?
And is the SRO going, I mean, is our contract with the SRO going to?
Cover them doing that.
Right, I mean, essentially, they're doing it at our direction,
Correct.
so
And does that
we're making them the people that have to deal with it.
and does that take away discretion from the school district if the SRO does these searches and something is?
Yes.
You see where I'm at?
Absolutely. And so I'll insert, if I may, Chair, that is why it is advisable to schools for them to conduct that internally, unless there's a reason that they need to involve law enforcement. That's,
But we definitely need to figure out the language of who on that campus will do these searches. And it's everything is really convoluted because there's so many different combinations or formulas for what gender is and stuff nowadays. So it's we can't just say it has to be someone that's of that person's birth, gender, or sex.
Right. Can we?
It should. I know I'm opening up a thing, but
Go ahead.
if they are born a male, I mean, maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but if they're being searched by birth, then I don't know. I mean,
What if it's let me play advocate just for a quick second. What if it's a male, a teenage male that was born a male, who was born a male, but his family has started him on hormones. He now has breasts.
right? Well, that's different though than
They still-
just identifying like the.
But no, but he's still, if he's identifying now as a female, would you have a male pat him down? I as a male staff member, I wouldn't want to pat him down because he's going to say that I groped him.
But I also wouldn't want a female doing it because he still has male genitalia.
I agree, but that's where we are with this thing.
And we have a difficult situation of safety, health and safety. It may be something that's imminent.
If it's
And
something,
it has to take
if it's
place.
something where safety, such
We'll
as
deal with it.
there's a potential that this person has a weapon on them, then I think all that goes out the window because that's what it would do in the street as a police officer on the street. It would go out the window. But we're not talking if it's just we think they got a vape pen.
Well, that's why I think that it's important to make that statement first, given the fact that that may eliminate a lot of searches in the first place. If someone has potentially, and I'm going back to law enforcement background here, you know what I'm talking about. Somebody has potentially stolen $20 from someone else, or has cheating information in their pocket, or something like that. Search is off the table, right? Yeah. So we're leaving that behind, and now the next step is it health or safety? Well, health or safety may include vape pen, it may include alcohol, it may include drugs. It's a
Weapon.
That's a determination that I'm much more comfortable with our district staff making.
Correct.
And then when it comes to the who does it, that's
Whatever we do, we need to protect our staff
Yes.
who are doing this. That's the concern
Yes.
for me.
Yes, in firearms or explosives or something like that it's imminent, it's safety, health and safety, you have to move forward. And that's, hence I referenced the,
Right.
whether it is law enforcement or not, we act and then we figure it out. But we have policy for that.
Right, Ms. King.
I was like, oh, I know what I was gonna say. You said that the police go by their birth. So why would we do something different than what police do?
Because it's not necessarily a criminal act that they're doing. It's more of a school violation. Am I saying it right,
If
Attorney?
they have drugs on them, that's criminal. If they have alcohol
Well,
and selling, it's criminal.
again, provided we have reasonable suspicion.
Right.
A vape pen even is. All of those things are at least misdemeanors, if not felonies.
But we have discretion to handle them differently too, as a school district.
Right.
Maybe we should table this and
Yeah.
involve principals. Because they're living it every day, and I bet they have answers.
But I would also like to get some input from teachers and staff. I would like to know how would they feel if they had to search this kid that's,
Well, that's what I mean,
Yeah.
like, that's not involve the people that are
Yeah.
living it on a day, because we can make rules all day long, but we don't,
I agree.
What are they doing now, and with the
Great idea.
superintendent
How would they
and
like-
leadership, you know, it's instructional.
Y'all may have some answers on your phone already, because I'm sure people are listening, so. I don't have any right now. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
There's definitely a difference between being able to use the least intrusive means possible, son, empty your pockets, hand me your book bag, things like that. But if you have reasonable suspicion that kid has a gun on him,
Search them. I don't care who search them, male or female.
and I would do the same, and I wouldn't, at that point, care whatever else they're thinking of that day. You have an immediate and a dangerous threat. And to do anything other is sidestepping our responsibility in local parentis. So I liked where you were beginning to go down the path of what is truly and immediately a threat.
Health and safety.
Yes. Emergency kind of thing versus, a suspicion of a vape pen because some other student said that he had one in his pocket. It requires a different level of.
And this is my other question too. As a law enforcement officer, do I want my staff searching a person that potentially has a weapon on them? I would prefer that whoever searches them is a law enforcement officer, because there's a certain way to search a person who potentially is carrying a weapon versus a teacher, or, you know what I'm saying? You hit the wrong thing, the gun go off it, or whatever. There's a certain way, and
Or removal of that.
or removal from that person's person. We're not training our people to how to pat these folk down, are we?
No, we shouldn't be. And Chair, I concur. I'm very uncomfortable in the whole idea that we would be asking our employees to be searching for weapons that might be of danger to them and others.
Right.
I just,
Because I could just see, this is just me. We hit the weapon, that person hits the weapon and it shoots the kid
yes.
because they're carrying it cocked and locked. And y'all know what that is.
If it gets to the point of reasonable suspicion, perhaps at that point it is appropriate for an SRO to be involved, despite the fact that it limits our discretion what to do. If it's reached the point of reasonable suspicion,
Right. I would want law.
and reasonable suspicion, we need to be clear, does not necessarily include solely, and this might be a training issue, does not include solely one student said
Correct.
this student had,
That's correct.
there needs to be something a little bit more, something. I mean, law enforcement officers, go through a lot of training about what constitutes reasonable suspicion and what is simply an anonymous report or a tip.
Correct. And that's why they work through credible threats right now, when those are reported, to determine and get consultation on next steps that are appropriate. Mr. McFadden helps to assist with that.
Yes.
And so that's something that unfortunately occurs all too often.
And I do agree it is a training issue because to protect our teachers and the SROs across campus, for example, and to be careful to not search a student the wrong way or whatever, to me, that also does not include sending them back to class with their book bag.
Amen.
You may want to separate the student from their belongings.
Right.
Yeah, but what if it's on person?
What if what?
What if it's on person?
Well, I know, but you're going to do everything you can and keep that kid in an isolated area.
Right.
So that it is, it's a lot of a training thing, and we can't policy our way out of this. I think we can have parameters, but.
But I'm with you on certain things. If you're looking for a cheat sheet or some money someone stole, empty your pockets. The police do that. They make you do that now. If they think you got a syringe on you, they make you. I'm not gonna touch I'm gonna get stuck. Empty your own pockets. There's certain things that we can do, but again, that's gonna go to training as well. But making sure that we have some procedures versus policies implemented in the right places.
Prevention.
So we marking this to come back.
Yeah, I regret that despite our best input, I wasn't really able to help get us exactly where we needed to be.
You'll get it.
But I think your earlier comments were a beautiful starting point, because we were dicing sex or gender. Those were the issues, and the health and safety is like a core step. And so using that as the basement, we can start building up from there. From my thought process, I like safety, and then I go on from there.
Guys, I think we said we were going to do a hard stop at 2:30.
I have like 3 or 4 questions. Like, I don't know if we can just breeze through them quickly or if we want to.
Same policy or?
No, moving on from that policy.
Yeah, we have gotten through 2000s and most of the 5000s. The 9000s we have not gotten to, so those are going to be pushed on to our next day that we have.
Tomorrow.
Right. So in addition to what's already on for that day. So is tomorrow, do we know of any hard stops or anything that we need to be aware of?
More than lunch.
We will have a quorum throughout the entire day.
Oh, I'm not available.
Okay, as long as we still will have,
Okay, we still have 3.
as long as we'll still have a quorum.
Available after 3:30. No, 3 o'clock.
Okay, so we'll do a hard stop tomorrow at 2:30 again. Is that good?
Let me double check.
I can maybe go 10 more minutes if we can get through this section.
I'm fine today.
Or you guys can go without me. I have a handful of remaining questions in this section.
I will remind the board that in addition to, which of the policies set for tomorrow?
6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8. In addition to 6, 7, and 8, there are still several of these that we have tabled that are
Coming back.
formerly we had scheduled another potential day. Those are ones that we need to get on for tomorrow, or or it's going to have to wait until January, February. So.
So if I can just ask a couple of quick questions, unless we
Yeah,
want to stop.
I'm good with, if you, Chair,
so-
you decide.
So page 706, policy 5772. I believe we addressed this in a previous policy. I just want to ensure that item A, under the exceptions where it says a student may carry an unloaded firearm, I believe we changed that to with approved in advance by the superintendent instead of the principal. I think we addressed that in a previous policy. Just want to make sure that update is made here as well. Policy 5772.
Yes, and that
772. There you go. And it's under item A.
and what the coming full circle on that was, and this will apply to this one as well as the last one we dealt with. Statute indicates that specific language. We cannot be more restrictive than statute as a local municipality or a local governmental agency. So we can't change it from principal to superintendent, or that language needs to.
Has to stay?
Right. There's no requirement that we have a policy on something that's already law. However, if we're putting it in there, altering it because the state of Florida has chosen to occupy the entire field of firearms regulation over municipalities or local governments, we can't change it.
Okay, I'm fine with that then. To the next policy of 5780. This is student parent rights that I can only assume has a very significant, this is page 709 really. This is all about the Parents' Bill of Rights. My only question about this, and it's just a consistent question throughout, anywhere in these statutes, does it say parent or legal guardian, or is it always parent? Because throughout this entire policy, it only references parent. And I'm just curious to know.
Parent is, this is a good question, because this is based on the law as it was before 2021.
Okay,
And the term parent is defined in the statutes as being, it's a very inclusive definition. Includes guardian, includes any person who's standing in the place of, anybody who's with the kid and acts as a parent.
okay,
But the new 2021 legislation is different and much more restrictive. And it does say, I believe, parent or legal guardian.
okay.
I think that's, isn't
So
that
if
it?
that's the new,
But that's going to be in the next policy, which you'll get, which is 5781. And you don't have that yet. But
Oh, okay.
So that's an issue and a problem for everybody who understands these
right,
policies and the statutes. I know, you
Does
know.
NEOLA have a definition for parent that we could just update?
We use the statutory definition for parent, the regular statutory definition.
somewhere, section somewhere, okay.
But for that one policy, parent is defined differently.
Okay. In the same policy, I'm on, for page number purposes, I'm on 713, but this is under, it's really just a question about, didn't statute just somehow combine McKay and Gardner? Because this, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think this is under private school choices, which is item B under educational choice.
Right.
And there's sections specific to McKay and sections specific to Gardner, and so that needs to be updated by new statute. Same policy, still same policy.
I haven't looked up.
The next page, 714. This would be under item G, request to transfer to in-field classroom teacher. It references a form, number 5780. I'm not sure what that form is, so we want to ensure that we get whatever that form might be.
Neil has a form.
14 at the
I don't know if Marion has a form like that, but we could get a form to you if you don't.
Okay.
Where are you at, Miss?
Page 714, this would be under the same section. Private school choices was item B. This is item G, request to transfer to in-field classroom teacher. Under that paragraph, it references a part of the request, the parent must complete a form. And I'm just curious to know what that form is and what, if we have that form.
All the way to the top, it doesn't
I
say
see
G.
it, I see it. Form 5780F3.
Yes.
It's a continuation of G.
And
And
that
I've
referenced
spoken
a
with
couple times.
the NEOLA representatives during the break, and all we need to have is make sure that we can have the forms that we wish to have labeled with a number such that it can be referenced.
Right.
So,
Right underneath that, we have a hanging S, but I'll tell Terry about that. Then we have that non-discrimination paragraph that is our dirty dozen paragraph again, right on, in this policy. If we want to include attendance as a part of the extracurricular activities, that's also included in this policy. And that's all I had on that policy. And the very last questions I have are about the student fundraising policy, so I don't know.
What page?
The next page of 717, policy 5830, 717 and 718. Just curious as to how we want to address that in lieu of some additional conversation we had the other day about fundraising activities happening on our campuses. So I know that students are not being charged admission, I believe, during school hours, and that's a mode of fundraising, I think. But on the second page of that, I'm not certain what would be described as undue pressure on students. And so that's something that we need to address if that's in policy. Being sent home emails. I hope everybody has perfect, everybody can give us $5 towards this. I hope, is that classified as undue pressure? I don't know. So that's the only other question I had on that. I'm not sure how we want to address that, but that's page 718. It's I don't even know how many paragraphs down, there's like a section that says the administrative procedures should, A, B, C. And item B says describe permitted methods of solicitation which do not place undue pressure on students. And limit the kind and amount of advertising for solicitation. So if we're sending a form home with every single student to ask them to contribute to XYZ cause, is that the kind and amount of advertising that we need to be doing for that solicitation? I think there's just a greater conversation there. I see Dr. Gullett grinning because she and I have talked about this.
It's saying that the administrative procedures should address those three things.
Right.
So
Right,
that
back to the
puts it
procedures.
back on, yeah.
right. So those are my questions.
And that's already in process, so the board is aware.
Perfect.
We are already working to,
So we will
yes.
be finished with 5,000. If you guys want to continue without me, that,
Any questions, guys? Any issues, concerns right now?
Good.
We'll pick up tomorrow morning, starting at the 5,000s.
actually, I'm done with 5,000.
I'm sorry, we'll do
9,000.
6, 7, and 8, 9.
Yeah, we're
Nine.
done with 5,000.
9, then 6, 7,
So that
8.
we can conclude that, and anyone else have any concerns with 5,000s?
Nope.
We're done, okay.
Yep.
So tomorrow we'll pick up with community relations, and then, because that was the end of today's, and then we'll hit 6, 7, and 8.
Dr. Gullett, Eric.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair, I wanted to wait until you finish. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cummings, members of the board. I just want two quick items. I wanted to provide information back to you about CERMI and New Leaf. Students do not graduate at those locations. They go back to their base school
For graduation?
for graduations if those requirements are met. So they do not graduate there. They go back to their base schools. I did want to let you all know, as a reminder, I think I shared this previously, that principal meeting in the morning, so I may be a bit late because I'm going
Understand?
spend a few minutes, deliver some special recognition to some of our new folks, without giving that away.
Guys, don't forget, Friday is the caravan.
Yes. Well, we'll see each other tomorrow and Thursday and.
Yes, and Thursday.
Full week. Full week.
Right.
Is there any reason not
Any other?
here?
No, and if you would like, you may leave your books here, so that you don't have to carry them back and forth, unless you have, and this room is, I understand, is secured, so, Also, board members, there are items that you may have, personal items, which by the end of the week, you may wish to move, as they're, putting them in a box or something, give them to the board clerk so we can get them over to the new building.
And we're starting with 9,000 tomorrow, and then the rest of them
5,
are,
6, 7.
6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8 tomorrow.
I'm sorry, 6, 7, 8.
And then whatever.
well, we'll start with 9, right?
Yeah.
We're starting with
Okay, so 9, 6, 7, 8. Okay, thank you.
They're working through.
Any other questions, issues, concerns? All hearts and minds are clear?
You say that at church,
I do. Meeting adjourned at 2:43.